El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 17th, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by the Rabbi Ben Ziedman.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing, please.
Esteemed members of our El Paso County Commissioners Court, you come together this morning to see to the business of our county. In your work, you have a profound effect upon nearly 1 million people, Black, Hispanic, white, old and young, gay and straight, from Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, and so many more faiths. People from all walks of life who will all share in that singularly human endeavor to live a meaningful life. In this room, when you meet, you make decisions, some seemingly huge and others seemingly mundane, but all of which have the potential to affect the lives of El Paso County's citizens and which enable us to pursue our dreams to live meaningfully, to support our families, to laugh and find joy with those that we love, and to feel that we live in a special place and in this remarkable county. So we pray you continue to be inspired by the work that you do for us. May you be able to maintain an awareness of all of us as you encounter the daily tasks that may easily begin to feel routine. May you know the presence of holiness in your lives and in your work. May the one who has blessed us with the power to make a difference in this world inspire you to make the differences which you have been empowered to make. As today's meeting progresses, may you easily recall that which awakened within each and every one of each of you, the call to take a seat in this chamber, giving you the strength, courage, and wisdom to make the decisions and to have the debates that will make this county great. May the message of peace, justice, love, and commitment emanate from this chamber today and always. Amen.
Rabbi, thank you so much for the invocation. We always appreciate starting off with an invocation, so thank you so much. And welcome to Commissioners Court. We thank every one of you for being here today. We also a belated Father's Day for all of you that are out in the audience. And I hope you should feel special throughout the whole year, not just yesterday. So thank you. Once again, I hope you have a wonderful week going forward, and so we'll commence now with Commissioners Court. Thank you so much. Cesar?
Sure. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4N. We do have a correction to announce for item number 4E. 4E should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Historical Commission Texas Preservation Trust Fund Funding Agreement Amendment to extend the grant term of the Casa Ronquillo Restoration Project in San Elizario, Texas, beyond the August 31st, 2019 expiration date to July 31st, 2020. Grant match funds are allocated in Special Revenue Tourist Promotions Grant Match, contract number 2019-0365. Are there any items on the consent agenda that members of the Court of the Public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, and after the consent agenda, I may I ask that we have item number 7 moved up?
Yes.
That could be read in.
Item number 7 from Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the county's contract for professional services for a historical and architectural survey with Hardy Heck Moore Incorporated, doing business as HHM.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Just a second. Could we get the resolution first, Caesar, so we could let the people who are here and move on with the resolution before we continue?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Stout?
I don't know if if Antonio Williams is here yet, but before we start a discussion on item 7, I wanted to go ahead and read this resolution into the record.
Just a minute. So right now what we're going to do then is we're tabling item number 7 because it was already pulled and the agenda item was read is what I'm understanding. And you all want to go into the resolution. So Caesar, you need to go ahead and read that into the record, please.
Thank you.
Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring June 2019 as Pride Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Okay. Thank you, Caesar, and thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Mr. Williams has made it so. Mr. Williams, I'm going to read the resolution, and then we'll vote on it, and then we'll hear from you. Okay? Thank you very much for being here. Whereas members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community are integral to our local, state, and national society, making up our family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues. And whereas the month of June has been the time to commemorate the anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion in New York City, which many consider to be the birth of the modern LGBTQ movement, where the LGBTQ patrons fought back against brutality. And whereas June is unofficially recognized as Pride Month by the LGBTQ community, and many Pride events still occur on the last Sunday in June to commemorate the anniversary of Stonewall with marches and gatherings. And whereas these important community events play a key role in raising the profile of the community and commemorating the history of the LGBTQ social movement, where Pride also marks an opportunity for the community to come together and take stock and recognize the advances and setbacks made in the past. And whereas Pride events illustrate the diversity of the LGBTQ community in the United States and abroad, equally as diverse as our nation as a whole. And whereas Sun City Pride will host a Pride Parade on Saturday, June 22nd, beginning at 8:45 a.m. at the corner of Ochoa Street and Mills Avenue. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we celebrate our lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, honoring the sacrifices that they have made and continue to make in our social, political, and economic sphere, and that we encourage all residents to take pride in our diverse community. Be it further resolved that El Paso County declares June 2019 as Pride Month. Signed the 17th day of June 2019.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is an attorney here in El Paso, but has also been chosen to be the marshal of the Pride Parade, and so we're happy to have you here in representation of Pride here, and we'll be happy to hear from you.
Yes, I'd like to thank the commissioners first and foremost for taking the opportunity to recognize this month and the contributions that the LGBTQIA community make to El Paso. We are doctors, we're lawyers, we're also people that are your family members. We're business people, and we've been here since the very beginning here in El Paso. I think one of the best things about El Paso with respect to this particular community is that El Paso is a lot more progressive than many places in the United States, and part of that progressive mindset as far as accepting people who are different from us is one of our strengths as a community, that we can love one another despite our differences, and that we can find commonality amongst one another so that we can continue to work hard together and to build stronger communities together. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Commissioner David Stout, the very first gay bar association. The El Paso Queer Bar Association is having their very first annual awards banquet here on Friday, and Commissioner Stout was recognized and chosen to be the recipient of the Charles Spain Award, which is named after our very first guest speaker, who was the first openly gay elected Texas Appellate Court Justice from the 14th District Appellate Court of Texas. It is an extremely big honor to be able to receive that award, especially given the fact that El Paso has never had an open gay bar association of attorneys before. And so, Commissioner Stout, thank you very much for all the contributions that you've made as far as defending our community and making sure that we have a voice and that our rights are protected. That's why you were chosen, and that's why we're very proud to award that to your office and to yourself. I also want to take an opportunity to say to the people of El Paso that we look forward to seeing you come to the Gay Pride Parade. As Grand Marshal, I was very honored to be selected amongst two other persons, one of them being the Amigo Man, and the other person being Dr. Brenda Reish, who's also an extraordinary person. The Pride Parade is for everyone. All of us have been touched by somebody in our life who is gay or is not openly gay but is still gay. Those might have been your teachers or your coaches or your doctors or lawyers. I would like everybody in El Paso to take a moment to really think about who in their life might be a part of that community, who has helped to protect them, defend them, to help them get better, help to raise them, or who helped to take them in when other people turn their backs on them. Our community understands that better than I think most people do, how important it is for us to expand the definition of what it means to be family, and that family are the people that we choose to love, even if we're not related to one another by blood, because we understand how important it is for us to look out for one another. So again, thank you, commissioners, for this proclamation and for being a progressive community and a progressive county commission that helps to defend the rights of the most vulnerable people, among which are also those of the LGBTQIA community.
Mr. Williams, thank you so much for being here and for the awareness and that effort to make us an inclusive community and allowing us to understand your challenges and what you need to do to be more successful. Is very nice of you to be here. And Commissioner Stout, congratulations. It's quite an honor. I'm glad that he's part of our Commissioners Court with that type of recognition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't realize that I was receiving this honor, and I sincerely hope that I can send a member of my staff in my place since I'm not able to attend the event. But it's greatly appreciated, and you know, I hope that you can send my thanks and my regrets to the group, as I'm not going to be able, I won't be able to attend. But you know, it's an honor to work with you and everybody within the LGBTQ community. You know, we need to make sure that El Paso continues to be as inclusive as possible, and you know, that's part of our job. So thank you very much.
Well, what a nice surprise. It's like the Oscars. You didn't know until we opened the envelope. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Once again, thank you so much. Thank you.
Antonio, come up here and...
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. Given today's agenda, we might be having to move things around, so we will have one public comment unrelated to item 7 so that we could do that according to our agenda. Caesar?
Thank you, Judge. Item number 6 is public comment. Judge, we do have one person signed up to speak on general public comment. That is Pierre Andre Uzaraga.
Yes, sir.
Started now. Good morning again, Judge, and to everyone in attendance. Tap, 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 tap. The American Political Party Committee is a party that I started here in El Paso. As you all know, I've been coming here for 6 years, and you all have basically seen me grow in a number of ways. Everybody here, voters, those in charge of the elections by the voters, that's what this ground is about. And I've learned a lot by being up here. And I'm here today to basically invite the community, EPT USA. I've been saying that for a long time. El Paso is very unique to Texas and the USA for a long list of reasons. And I'm sure the voters here in attendance are well aware of those reasons. if we think about those reasons, a bell should go off in our head, ding, 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 or you should hear that tap, 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 because we should be more intellectual as El Pasoans, as Texans, but most importantly, as Americans, because there are other states. I have a brother state, a sister state that surrounds me, and when I say me, I'm speaking to everybody here as a Texan. Texan is synonymous with friend. So I have neighbors to the left, neighbors to the right, and we all make up these 50 states, these 5 territories here in the US of A. And I want to pick your brains as a whole. July 4th is coming up. That's an important date to everyone here. That's when our differences should come together, and we should celebrate our differences. But it's funny and ironic because we have this common ground that keeps us grounded. Americans are intellectual, so we think with our heads. That's the way we should be. That's the way George Washington and the founding fathers wanted it to be up in Washington when the 13 colonies started, back when the US of A was first starting. Down here, it was very, very different here in Texas because we were part of Mexico. And there's a lot of diversity here, but we've always been here. And I want to say that July 4th, the American political party is celebrating independence and urging, demanding, because we all have a moral obligation to not identify ourselves as a Democrat or a Republican or a liberal or a conservative or what have you. We should be thinking of ourselves as Americans, period. What is American? Living my life how I choose to, how my daughter wants to live her life. If she wants to participate in soccer, babe, go ahead, let's do it. If I want to run for the presidency of the United States of America, I should be able to do so because I'm an American. Granted, I'm not like the 24 Democrats, and I'm not like the other handful of Republicans. I'm an American. I represent what we should be representing. I represent what our forefathers really thought about centuries ago. And a fact that the voters are well aware of, I am unconventional. I do come up the hard way. I know a thing or two about time because I've served time, because of the differences that we are living in and we shouldn't be. July 4th at 4:20 p.m. At 4:20 p.m., if you have about 60 minutes or so, come on out. I'm inviting the El Paso County Commissioners, the voters, the judges, everyone in this building, everyone
30
who
seconds.
has, 30 seconds, everyone who has an interest in the country, in America, and the direction we should come out to 1717 Challenger. That's the headquarters. Presently, I understand we're going through a lot of changes, or supposed to be, in combination or in incorporation of the two major parties. July 4th, everybody come out. Hear me speak for about 60 minutes. I only have 5 up here. I'll be able to break down the 7 reasons why I am your 46th president.
Thank you, Mr.
Time.
Thank you all for your ears. God bless America, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Moving back to item number 7 from Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the county's contract for professional services for historical and architectural survey with Hardy Heck Moore Incorporated, doing business as HHM.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. The issue I was going to bring up is that something that was not mentioned in the backup was that this was a decision that the court had voted on unanimously just a short 9 weeks ago. And the decision was made to postpone this up until December, given the variety of issues that we had discussed in executive session. I think it's very imperative, and I think something that this court has worked very hard and tried to do is respect the decisions that have been made. I think when we start to put on items on decisions that have already just been made just a few weeks ago, it starts to then open the floodgates for a variety of issues, whether they be economic development issues or other things that the court has already decided on. And we have a long tradition here of respecting the decisions that was made. With that in mind, I recognize that there are a lot of people here to speak on this item, but I would move to delete this item, considering that we already have made a decision on this up until December. And those individuals that are signed up to speak, I request that we extend the public comment option so folks can have their views heard. But we do have a standing item on this, and I think it's important that we respect that.
Judge, I'd like to respond to that. You know, I understand that we did have a much smaller discussion, much more, I think, quick discussion about this a number of weeks ago. But I don't feel that we had adequate information. I don't think that we had enough input from the public as we were making that decision, and things have changed as well. And when things change, I feel that we have to also look at changing what we're trying to do here. We have been very patiently been trying to work with the city to have language in their ordinance. Language in their ordinance changed that has to do with part of the reason why the past court did not want to move forward with this initiative and wanted to postpone. But I feel that we've been waiting on the city for over a year to just move forward. We're not this. I feel like we really need to take this very seriously. This is something that we've been working on since 2015, 2016. It was in 2015 that the city had the opportunity to do this, and surprisingly opted not to. And then we began our own journey with this initiative in 2016. And we're now in 2019, and it has been I've received information that the city is not willing to make any changes in the ordinance that we were requesting until 2020. In the beginning, they had said, wait for us until the spring of 2018, and then the summer of 2018. Now we're in summer of 2019. And even though their landmark commission has voted unanimously to make the change, their planning commission has voted unanimously to make the change, they still refuse to do so. And I just feel that their request for us to wait any longer is in bad faith, and I feel that we need to move forward. We voted unanimously to fund this architectural resources survey in February of 2016. And, I wanted to give a little bit of background information to y'all for the new members of the court. Hopefully Commissioner Robinson will be here soon. But, this survey has allowed us to really understand the historic assets that our community has in our downtown, and will help future preservation efforts, and will help us tell our community's story, especially where we came from, more importantly, where we're headed. What's important is that this survey could lead to a national historic district designation. And that's kind of at the point where we are now, where I feel we need to move forward. This type of designation has a potential to make income-producing properties and their owners that are within the district eligible to receive state and federal historic tax credits worth up to 45% of the cost to rehabilitate their properties. That's something that's huge. It could be transformational, and could definitely incentivize much more growth in our downtown And I think here at the county, we have made downtown a priority of ours when it comes to economic development. And this is just another tool that we need to have in our tool belt to increase that development. The historic district designation also has the potential to strengthen and increase, of course, preservation and revitalization efforts. You know, this was a collaborative project with members of our own Historic Commission. It received support from organizations such as the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the Texas Historic Commission. In fact, for the new members of the court, Bradford Patterson, who is the Director of Community Heritage Development at the THC, was here at our Commissioners Court meeting at the onset, talking about the importance of the survey. Additionally, during a previous attempt that I discussed, the city pursued to do the same type of survey. There were a number of letters of support that were received, and we have received letters of support from institutions, from experts, from different stakeholders. Those include our state senator, who is also here in our audience today, the city of San Antonio, the city of Austin, the city of Galveston, the Tom Lee Institute, Mesilla Valley Preservation, Inc., the Sunset Heights Neighborhood Improvement Association, whose president is here as well, Cito Negron, the El Paso Preservation Alliance, Preservation Houston, Wright Delvin Architects, In Situ Architecture, and I'm sure you all have received many other letters and emails from folks that live within this community that would like to see something like this happen. The initiative definitely falls within the county's goals to place a greater emphasis on policies and strategies that promote growth and economic development while preserving our history. And of course, in April of 2016, we awarded the contract to Hardy Heck and Moore Associates. They conducted the first phase of the project, which was to conduct the survey, to take an inventory of all of the buildings within this area. They identified and documented 1,715 resources. Of those 1,715 resources, Hardy Heck and Moore recommended that 169 of those, or 9.8%, including buildings, objects, sites, structures, as eligible for listing on the National Register for Historic Places individually. The resources include both highly stylized residential, commercial buildings, as well as modest buildings that are significant for their associations with important figures in El Paso's history. Furthermore, HHM recommended one new large historic district be created. After meeting and consulting with the Texas Historic Commission's National Register Coordinator in August of 2017, Hardy Heck and Moore recommended the majority of the survey area south of I-10 as one single National Register Historic Place district. The proposed district boundaries are I-10 to the north, North Virginia and South Cotton Streets to the east, East 9th Avenue and Cesar Chavez Border Highway to the south, and Canal Road, South Santa Fe Street, and West San Francisco Street to the west. The proposed historic district has 1,390 assets or resources. 968 of those were considered contributing. That's 69% of the resources that were looked at, and 422 non-contributing, or 31%. Again, I believe what has stalled this item is that the city of El Paso has an ordinance that is contradictory to what the National Registry designation would be, and it's important to understand that even the chair of the Historic Landmark Commission, Donald Savigny, has stated, and I think he sent a letter to you all as well, that this ordinance breaks trust between all parties by enabling unwanted interference from Historic Landmark Commission onto property owners that have no interest in additional oversight. We have or he also added in his letter that not a single property from our two National Historic Districts that are already in place, the Montana Avenue and Rio Grande, have come up during a Historic Landmark Commission meeting. And he, as chair, will not review items from these two districts nor any future National Historic Districts until local H overlay is administered by the city's zoning department. I think it's very clear that even though this ordinance is in place, it is contradictory to federal law, and the chairperson of the Historic Landmark Commission himself has stated that actually what I just read. I don't want to repeat it, but we need to be, I think, very, very clear and honest with the public and letting them know and having them understand that this National Registered Historic Designation does not create on its own any further regulations for property owners to adhere to. It is the city's ordinance that would do so. However, I still feel that we need to move forward with this project. We have already expended some resources on it, and I believe that we owe it to the community, and we owe it to the preservationist community as well to make good on our efforts to finish this. This will bring not just the incentives and the further development downtown, but tourism. This will create probably the largest historic district within the American Southwest. And heritage tourism ranks 5th among the top 10 tourism activities in Texas. 40% of travelers from overseas visit historic sites. 28% of Texas residents and 41% of non-residents participated in historic site activities during their most recent trip. This is an older number, but in 2012, the Texas average party per trip spending was $768. Parties visiting historic sites spend an average of $1,200. And it's very sad to me that El Paso only receives 2% of the tourism dollars that are spent in the state of Texas. We have such amazing historic assets here, and we only receive 2%. This is going to put El Paso on the map hugely when it comes to heritage tourism. And of course, as I repeated, as I've said before, I'll repeat it once more, the federal government offers tax credits up to 20% of the cost of rehabilitation for eligible properties. Beginning in January of 2016, the state has offered up to 25% for rehabilitation costs. I think that we have a number of people here that I would definitely like to hear from. I feel that because situation has changed and because I don't think that we had a full-blown, a fully informed conversation the last time that we discussed this with the new court. That's why I brought this up again. So I'd love to hear from the people that have taken the time out of their busy schedules to be here. And I know that there's a motion on the floor, but I would respectfully request that motion be rescinded and that we move on and hear from the people.
Yeah, and I'd like to, Commissioner, if you don't mind, if I just want to make the comment, and up front, I'm telling you without any hesitation that I'm in full support of the historical survey. My concern is how can we do this in a way that really shows the kind of community that we are. And so not having been here in 2016 obviously makes it a little difficult for me. So I too would like the public comments so that I can have a better understanding. And because I don't think there's any doubt that the Commissioner's Court is saying we're not going to go further with it. But I think that what's in question is at what time or when do we support that? We know it's December's our the extension, and so I just want to put that in perspective. I think I owe it to you. I received a letter from the city, and I'd like to make it part of a public record since I received it. I'm not sure if I shouldn't, so I just want to make sure that the commissioners had not seen the letter, so that could add to what we're going to be talking about going further. So if you don't mind that I would read the letter very quickly. This is from the city, and it's from Sam Rodriguez, and it says, Dear Judge Samaniego, we understand that the county's historical and architectural survey is currently on Monday's Commissioners Court agenda, and we respectfully ask you postpone this item. We have an opportunity to work together and align city and county efforts to improve El Paso's quality of life and economy. As part of the postponement request, we ask that you assign county officials to work with city officials as a cross-functional team to review the study and present the full strategy to the community. The study has potential to align the multiple efforts we have underway. At this time, we have not had the opportunity to review the document. We have concerns on what city properties are included and affects the nominations on the current litigation with the largest bond project in El Paso history. In addition, private property owners may lack the in-depth knowledge of impacts the nomination may have on their property. It is incumbent upon the city and county to work with private property owners to ensure they understand the impacts of the study. Our goal is to integrate with your efforts and be united with full understanding of how designations will interact with local government processes and policies. We acknowledge and appreciate your significant investment in the survey. It is very important to us that the survey is vetted and promoted strategically so that it remains an important tool for historic preservation rather than a political object. It is our hope that a partnership between the city and the county strengthens our ability to preserve our phenomenal intact historic fabric, not just in downtown, but countywide. I'm available for any follow-up questions. Thank you for your consideration, Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. Like I said, it doesn't really apply to making a decision or not, but I think I owed it to the public to sort of the whole perspective. So we're going to hear public comments, and then you were able to hear what the city. Just want to let you know that sometimes we have to open the lens, and that is that I have worked really hard. The Commissioners Court has worked very differently with the city, not county judge to the mayor, but with the city on a homelessness. We have a homelessness project that's going on right now that we're working really strong with. We also have veterans. We're trying to combine our veterans' efforts in our community, the mental health efforts in our community. We have several initiatives on that. Last week we met in Horizon, where we got together for the first time ever to get together to address the animal services. And so I wanted you to open the lens that this is not I personally would like to make it something important for the community. I took the stand on my campaign that I would be of collaborative nature, and I have done so. I've been able to bring mental health together, so the veterans, a lot of fragmentations. We've done a huge effort of collaboration. So I find myself at this point in time wanting to make sure that we have a collaborative effort and somehow, some way, try to avoid the political situations and the political, narrations narratives that are taking place. And I think we could accomplish this, but I think we can accomplish this by going with an open mind. I don't believe anybody's fighting the survey. It's a matter of doing it in the best possible way that everybody feels that they're part of this, because we represent all parties, not just one party or one segment and not the other. So that's where I come in, being new. I want to do this right. Yeah, there's a lot of division already. When we work with the refugees, we already have a little bit of division there as to what we're going to do. I don't want this to be part of that. So I don't want this on a personal level. This is me, Ricardo Samaniego, that this becomes a forum for political, situations. That this is a community thing we're going to live with for a lot of years. So, my anticipation is that when do we go forward and do the right thing? And so I do want to hear public comment, and I hope this is it lends itself, Commissioner Perez, if we could begin with hearing them so that we could make a better decision based on their comments.
I'm fine with
Would you agree with that? Thank you. So,
Judge, I just wanted to make a comment. This survey was, I'm not sure what the inference to politics is, but this survey was initiated, in early 2016. I just want to point that out, and also I feel like it's important to point out that a partnership if you want to have a partnership and work together with whether it be the city or any other entity, there has to be work on both sides, and in my opinion, we have really tried to work with the city to get them to change the language for a long time. Like I said, this project started in 2015, and it's been 4 years, and that's quite a long time. I'd love to see this, and to finish phase one, which is to certify or accept the survey, and then move into the public outreach phase, I think is one of the most important aspects of this whole project. We have not had the opportunity to move into that next phase, which would be more outreach to the public, having public meetings, and also notifying all of the property owners that would be within the district. I understand the DMD has sent us letters, and the city has sent us letters asking us to do more outreach. Well, that's part of this initiative. That's part of the next step is the outreach. And we have not been able to take that step because we have been waiting for the city to change the ordinance. But this project should not be dependent upon whether or not they do change the ordinance. The national, the public outreach, if we really want to get feedback from all the property owners, they will have the opportunity. We will send notice to every property owner as part of this process, and they will be able to provide us with their feedback. And if they, for some reason, dissent and are not in favor of moving forward, then they will let us know. And if more than 50% of the property owners within the proposed district are in dissension, then it doesn't move forward. And that's one of the reasons why I feel like we have been, just kicking the can, and we really need to, I feel like I said, if we want to work in good, we have to work in good faith, and the city should work in good faith with us, instead of saying, yes, we'll help you out and wait until the spring of 2017. Oh no, wait until the spring or until fall of 2018. Oh no, now we're in 2019. We want you to wait until 2020. That'll be 5 years then that this will have gone on, and I just don't think it's fair to the public. I don't think it's fair to the property owners within the district. There are some property owners here today. I mean, Joe Nabhan is here. He's a property owner within the district. Mr. Guillen back there is a property owner within the district. I feel that we are doing this city and this county and the people and this district, we're doing ourselves a huge disservice by continuing to postpone because the city has whatever reason that they have for not wanting to change the language in the ordinance.
And Judge, just
Commissioner
to be clear,
Pettis.
Again, we had this discussion a few weeks ago, and this historic survey was unanimously supported by the previous court, and I think this court also unanimously supports the survey. But the circumstances that we are in today are substantially different than what it was when the original survey was presented. It's not just a matter of the ordinance that's in question. but many of the people who are asking us to pass this survey are in active litigation or are plaintiffs against the city. And that's complicated our efforts. And part of the, we're trying to strike a balance of responsibly putting forth a historic survey while also trying to allow for the city to not only address this ordinance matter, but also for them to get through their litigation issues. We have taken a stance for many years that we do not get involved in the city's bond issuances. The issues it is that they're having with that is the city's business, but we don't want to interfere. And that's the question is that that there's a high degree of uncertainty of how this is going to come into play with litigation. There may be some folks who will say, oh, it won't have any impact, but nobody knows for certain. And I think that was the intent of our conversation back in April, just a short 9 weeks ago, that we wanted to grant some time with the hope that by December, much of this litigation would have been cleared up and we'd be in a much better position to make an informed decision. So this isn't a matter of, whether we support the historic survey or we don't. I think there's strong support for the survey. But I think we're trying to take into consideration all these issues now, but we're facing a fundamentally different circumstance today than we were when the survey was first passed.
And Commissioner, I don't agree with you. I don't think that that's true. That's a red herring. The litigation has been a red herring for a while now. It's an excuse. Us going forward with this the litigation has to do with the language in the ballot. The language in the ballot is the issue. Has nothing to do with whether there's historic assets or whether there anything else. Okay, the litigation has to do with the language in the ballot. I don't know how the judge who is overseeing this case is going to take into account the fact that we're trying to create a historic district. I don't know how that would affect the judge or any of the arguments when it's a completely different subject. It's that's a red herring, and that's another a piece of misinformation that has been circulating that this would somehow affect the litigation, but it wouldn't. I think any rational mind could discern that it would not. And so I feel that that's an argument that we really need to quash, and we need to be honest with ourselves about and honest with the public about. And so I would ask that we take that into account.
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, sir, Judge. I don't think you were here when we voted on this. And one of the biggest questions I had, and you'll remember this, is insofar as a resident being obligated to, if they decide to remodel and they don't want the credits, are they forced to go in a certain way? And that's my biggest question that still has not been answered. And there's pros and cons. Well, don't worry about it. Cities never acted on it. They're not going to do it. But I've never received the assurance that in fact is the case. As a matter of fact, I did receive some calls on some of those people that live in those areas, let me know that they in fact do not want it if they're going to be obligated to remodel, paint, or whatever they have to do to their homes. And this is coming up in December. We voted on it. And one question that I've got is, Commissioner Perez, are you amending your motion, or are you leaving as is?
My motion was just there is an existing court decision because, again, it's not laid out in the backup, all the actions and discussions that the Commissioner's Court has laid forth. I would imagine that any action, to move forward with this would have to rescind the previous decision that we made in April, right? And I think that it's at this point, I think we should let our previous decision stand. If possible, again, I would make a motion if there's the interest, again, to delete this item, to let the previous decision stand. All those individuals who are currently signed up to speak on this item, I would reopen public comment and transfer those individuals to the public comment section, But I think that the most prudent course of action right now is to respect the previous decision the court has made because it was precisely done to address a lot of these issues.
And I, too, am very interested in hearing everyone who showed up, took the time to come up this morning to talk to us. But hearing your motion, I second it.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
No.
Judge Samaniego?
No.
Motion fails.
So at this point, I guess we go forward with the public comment section.
Cesar, will you be reading the names? And Betsy, could you sort of go over the guidelines for public comment?
Okay, and so at this time, so the agenda item was already read, and the motion failed for the item to delete. So it's my understanding that based on that conversation, that we're going to go back and reopen public comment. Is that correct, Judge?
That's correct.
Okay.
Or no, I think there's a lot of folks signed up for this particular item.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and move forward then with that public comment. Just wanted to be clear under this section.
Okay, Judge, just to be clear for the county's policy on public comment, the speaking time limit during the discussion of any posted agenda item is 5 minutes per person. Time cannot be allocated from one speaker to another. Additionally, guidelines for all speakers. Speaker order is usually decided on a first come, first served basis. Each speaker will be called to speak by the judge. We ask that you refrain from disruptive behavior that will prevent the next speaker from hearing their name or beginning their comments or allowing others to hear the comments. When speaking, please state your name and the agenda item that you will be addressing. We'll know that this is agenda item 7. Each speaker shall promptly conclude all comments when his or her time to speak has expired. A 30-second warning and a 15-second warning will be given by the Commissioner's Court Recorder to allow the speaker to finalize their speaking remarks. No person shall engage in political advertising contrary to state law, and the judge reserves the right to interrupt, request that the microphone be turned off, or excuse a speaker when time allocated has expired, or if the speaker otherwise violates these guidelines. The rules of decorum is that a member of the public addressing the Commissioner's Court shall only do so from the podium. When speaking, again, please state your name for the record. No threats or disruptive behavior will be tolerated. Any person violating this policy will be required to leave immediately upon direction by an El Paso County representative. All persons attending a regular meeting shall obey any lawful order or direction of the judge. Members of the audience and the speakers shall not wear or display signs, flags, banners, hats, props, or similar items larger than 8.5 by 11 that can obstruct the view of other audience members or can be used as a weapon. This includes items that can be illuminated or attached to any pole, stick, or other device.
And, apologize, this is just a generic, we have a very incredible, professional, decent audience, so we have to expand what we talk about the rules just in case of other situations. So I thank you. Also, I thank you because there's a lot of people here that if it's something that has been said, maybe to keep your comments based on what you would like to talk about and make reference to somebody else's comments. But just, we're trying to get a good understanding of to me, like I said, more knowledge so I can have better understand the situation. So I thank you for your professionalism and politeness as we move forward. So thank you so much. Cesar, please initiate the list.
Sir. First speaker today will be Dr. Max Grossman. He'll be followed by Victor Hurtado.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, Judge, it's a pleasure to be here in front of you today. I want to commend David Stout, Commissioner Precinct 2. That's my precinct. That's actually not my precinct. Pardon me. Can you hear me better now? Okay. I want to commend Commissioner Stout for taking the lead on this. I think he's done a fabulous job of bringing this forth and has done a lot of great work in this area. And I also want to commend the county in general for developing a heritage tourism strategy the likes of which we've never seen in El Paso or the surrounding region. The county's done a wonderful job of taking the lead on this, and I think David made some, Commissioner Stout, made some important points about the potential for developing heritage tourism in El Paso. Commissioner Stout mentioned that it is the 5th largest sector of the tourist economy, but it happens to be the first in terms of expansion. It is the fastest growing sector of the tourist economy in Texas, heritage tourism. And since we capture only 2.1% of heritage tourism dollars, according to the latest statistics, other cities are literally eating our lunch. I want to state, I wasn't going to mention this, but I am the litigant. I am the plaintiff in several lawsuits against the city of El Paso over an unrelated issue. And I want to emphasize that litigation has nothing to do with any of this, as Commissioner Stout indicated. This process began long before any of these controversies began. I'm proud to say that I actually initiated this plan in your county historical commission when I was vice chair and when Bernie Sargent was chair, and several of current and former commissioners are in this room. That plan began in 2011, long before there was any controversy. And then I collaborated with the city historic preservation officer, Providencia Velasquez, to work out the boundaries of the architectural survey. She applied for grant money and won that money successfully, took it to the city, and unfortunately in July 2015, the city lost that opportunity to move forward with this plan. And then the county courageously and correctly moved forward with it anyway, and on a 5-0 vote on February 18th, 2016, earmarked $140,000 to fund the architectural survey as well as a National Register nomination, if that is what the surveyors determined. And the surveyors, as Commissioner Stout just indicated, are recommending increasing the number of tax-eligible buildings from the current number of 25 to 968. That is extraordinary, and it will create the largest historic district in the state of Texas and probably in the entire Southwest. This is an amazing opportunity. And I want to point out that the 25 buildings that are currently on the National Register of Historic Places are all concentrated, or for the most part concentrated, around San Jacinto Plaza. These buildings, thankfully, have either just been restored, are under restoration, or about to be restored because of the tax credits. And we're talking about Stuart Myers, Lane Gaddy, Paul Foster, who rightfully take advantage of these amazing tax credits, the most generous in the entire United States. 45%, up to 45% of the cost of renovation could be covered through federal and state credits without imposing a regulatory burden. I can't underline that enough. As Commissioner Stout indicated, you have received letters of support from some pretty impressive stakeholders and organizations, including the historic preservation officers of Austin, Galveston, and San Antonio. 3 cities that have developed a heritage tourism economy out of nothing that is now worth billions of dollars. San Antonio alone has run over $2 billion through their historic tax credits in their downtown in the last 10 years alone, without costing their county or city one penny. Heritage tourism is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It is growing very, very quickly. You've also heard from Preservation Houston. You have heard from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is the most prestigious preservationist group in our country. Quote, a historic resource survey and National Register district can serve as a catalyst for redevelopment incentives, increase property values, channel community revitalization, and ultimately build resilient cities, unquote. The Texas Historical Commission sent Brad Patterson, the division director of community heritage development, to you, and he spoke before this court on February 8th, 2016. Pardon me?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. And I think did a good job of communicating the THC's views. You've heard from major developers, including Madi Nair and Lane Gaddy, who are current or former members of the DMD, for example. You've heard from the Sunset Heights Neighborhood Association, your own CHC, even Adair Margot, the First Lady of El Paso, came out forcefully in favor in 2015. And the ordinance that is on the city books is a violation of federal law, specifically Part 60.2 of the Federal Code. It is a violation of state law, as outlined by the Texas Historical Commission. And yes, the city's own HLC chair, who is better qualified, forcefully supports this and has indicated he will not enforce that city's ordinance. It's not been enforced. It cannot be enforced. It is illegal. And there's already a process underway to strike it from the books, and hopefully they'll do it soon. I want to thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Victor Hurtado, followed by Gilbert Guillen.
Good morning, Commissioner, County Judge. Thank you for the allocated time. I'm Victor Hurtado. I'm a former student of art history at the University of Texas at El Paso, where I acquired my BA in the history of art. I'm now an incoming PhD student at Boston University and am affiliated with the Texas Troll Society, but I'm not speaking on any of their behalf. I will now read a letter by Donald J. Savigny, the chair of the Historic Landmark Commission. The city ordinance in question, I quote DJ Savigny, is problematic and unnecessary. Historic preservation is based on a universally understood appreciation of buildings, districts, structures, sites, and objects that are important to the community. When used effectively, federal and state governments work alongside local municipalities, residents, business owners to appreciate and celebrate what's most important to those who live, work, and interact with these places on a daily basis. At the same time, it is understood that private property is just that, private. Architectural conservation in the United States is unique in that individual liberties of private property owner remain unrestricted at the federal level, as long as federal undertakings are not involved. So much so, this liberty is codified into law. This section of the city ordinance is in direct violation of 36 CFR Part 60.2, the federal regulation outlining the intent of the National Register of Historic Places. Such a designation is implemented to highlight significant contributions to our nation's cultural heritage through its built environment. It is not intended to allow local municipalities to regulate private property owners without the appropriate local ordinances in place. The Texas Historical Commission, or State Historic Preservation Office, is in line with the important value and even reiterates it on their website. Trust between city government and its residents is a valuable asset, and this ordinance breaks trust between all parties by enabling unwanted interference from the Historic Landmark Commission onto property owners that have no interest in this additional oversight. Since I was first appointed onto the HLC in October 2016, I have not seen a single property from our two national historic districts, that is Montana Avenue and Rio Grande, come up during the meeting. As chair, I will not review items from these two districts for any future national historic district until a local H overlay district is administered by the city's zoning department. As a result, I fully support the removal of Section A1 of Chapter 20.20080. Thank you very much for the allocated time.
Thank you, Mr. Hurtado.
Muy buenos días.
Buenos días.
On behalf of the Union Plaza Property Owners Association and everyone else in our central downtown area, we'd like to just state that this is an exciting time for our downtown. I think that nothing in recent history will do more for the betterment of our areas, the downtown and surrounding neighborhoods, than this particular vote and this particular survey will. You know, you guys back in 2016 unanimously voted to start this survey. And as Commissioner Perez stated, we should respect what was there before, and we should do that now. In 2017, the survey was completed, and then it was turned over to you guys. And part of that survey, by voting yes on this, the next phase will be to do the public inquiry, to get everybody's input, as Ricardo said, so that we can understand what people want. There's been some miscommunication that some people, Carlos, are afraid of the restrictions that come with it, but the rest of us who are investing are very in favor of that. I own 70% of Durango Street. I've put my money where my mouth is, and it's hard for us to invest in our properties and then have the guy next to you do something crazy that just messes everything up. When I helped author the Union Plaza ordinance that created the Union Plaza back in 1996, we had design guidelines in there, especially for that. And so we urge you on behalf of our downtown property owners, residential, nonprofit, and commercial, to please allow this process to continue so that we can, Judge, get into that public comment, and then you guys can find out what people really want and people really need. And finally, Vince, I would urge you to recluse yourself and abstain yourself from any further conversation or votes on this because you have a conflict of interest. Your wife, Vince, is a city council representative who is one of our biggest opponents. And so because of that, you have a conflict of interest. Shame on you, carnal, shame on you, because you're the one that brought this thing to a halt the first time. Allow it to continue. Allow people to give you their inputs. As Commissioner Stout said, allow the 50 or 51% to tell you what they want, not what Vince's wife wants. Allow us to continue this, Judge. Let's do what San Antonio did. San Antonio, as Max said, in 10 years, Carlos, has done $2.5 billion, with a B, $1 billion worth of historic renovations. And we're sitting here clowning around, kicking this can around. Let's go forward, let's move, and let's see what the property owners want. Not what a few people want, but everybody wants. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Guillen. I would just thank you, Mr. Guillen, and I would just urge you not to personalize situations. I don't think that's fair because he's not going to be able to rebuttal in public comment or in this situation. So, you know, the fact that they're married does not in itself end to a conclusion of anything. So, you know, let's not do that. This is a great community. Let's just keep it to the content, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Judge, is Joe Nebem, followed by Teresa Caballero.
I'm sorry, the name again?
Joe Nebhan.
Okay.
My name is Joe Nebhan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Nebhan.
I want to thank you, Judge Samaniego, and all commissioners for giving me the time today to speak. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I served on the county Historic Commission for 5 years, and was actually the chair briefly for about 6 months. Currently, I serve on the Texas State Historical Foundation, who supports this. But today I come to you as a property owner. I'm the owner of the Gardner Hotel building downtown. In 2012, I invested $400,000 in the partial renovation of the building, of the storefront area. The area has become one of the most desired places to open businesses. We have businesses out there that it's booming. Try to find parking or anything in the area is very difficult because everyone is doing a lot of business. The hotel, which I ran for 35 years, is now being run by my daughter. This last month, she had a record sales. We're bringing in more people, more dollars for us, for the city, for the county, for the state. We're bringing in more dollars. Historic renovation works. I would just wish I had the tax credits that would be available with this to have done a complete renovation. We just did the storefronts and the lobby. That's all we did. And we have a lot more to go, but we're already seeing the fruits of the investment. So I urge all the members of this commission to pass this ordinance. Okay, it says we've waited long enough. We've waited long enough. You know, how many more years are we going to wait to get this through? It is imperative that this comes through as soon as possible, or we're going to be left behind. You know, nothing ever changes in El Paso. We're the last people in the state to do anything. This is, within the state, we're ridiculed for being so slow on everything, and we're always the last one in the state. Please, I urge all the commissioners to go and vote for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Court, County Judge, ladies and gentlemen of the audience. My name is Teresa Cavalletto, and I'm a lawyer in private practice and a longtime resident of El Paso County. And first, I want to point out, thank you, David Stout, Commissioner Stout. Your comments were off the charts. It is so refreshing to have such an honest, studious speaker in our government laying out the issues. Judge, this is a street fight, okay? This is not a gentleman's club. And people are fighting here for the future of El Paso. And so Mr. Guillen's comments are well taken. He deserves to make them. He deserves to address his city government. I'm sure Mr. Pettis has heard worse. I know I personally have. He can stick up for himself, and he can defend his votes. But this is about our heritage. This is about our history. This is about our community, and this is about who we want to be remembered as 100 years from now. For the people listening at home, I think it sounds kind of complicated, but it's not complicated. We have beautiful buildings downtown El Paso that are crumbling into the dirt. We have a group of people who are trying to protect these buildings because they are our history and they are beautiful. And when people are surrounded by beauty, they are happier. And if we can get nominated for this national register, we can receive federal money to protect those buildings, as Mr. Nebham just said, federal tax credits. It is very hard to fix up an old building in El Paso because there's no tax incentive. I have owned 4 old homes in El Paso. The youngest one was built in 1945. I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars rehabbing my properties, only to see my taxes go up incrementally, only to wonder, why did I do this? These tax credits will help revamp these buildings. But we hear from the good Mr. Rodriguez of the city of El Paso, and frankly, Judge, I wouldn't have given him 1 second of house in this forum. They have done nothing but thwart this effort. Delay, delay, delay. And I know all about it because when I have a client who's facing the pen and the jury's outside waiting, my first line of defense is delay. That's what I do. I delay. I delay what I don't want to happen. And they're playing games. Mr. Guillen used a great word, clowning around. Mr. Rodriguez wrote you a page letter that took about 3 minutes to read into the record, and I want to introduce him to the word bloviator. Bloviator means using a lot of words to say very little. He used a lot of words to say, halt your efforts, don't protect these buildings. Now, why would we not want to protect our buildings? Because certain powerful hands at play in this town who run everything, including certain politicians, don't want this to happen. It's not that complicated. But the fight here today will have ramifications in the future. You need to stand up and be counted. Commissioner Stout, you stood up and you were counted. Thank you. And it must be very demoralizing for you. Commissioner Robinson, gone, not present. We were hoping on his vote, but he took the cowardly exit. Judge Samaniego, I hear you're kind of in between and trying to keep the peace. Just do what you need to do. Protect our history. Carlos Leon, I love saying hello to you in the hallway, but please, stand with the good guys. Mr. Pettis, you're ambitious. You know who butters your bread. I don't expect anything more or less than what you did today. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero.
Our next speaker is Senator Jose Rodriguez, followed by Marcia Laboda.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
It's great to be back in this courtroom. I guess after listening to some of these speakers and Commissioner Stout and some of the concerns expressed by Commissioner Perez, I want to kind of just focus more on what I think is important here. And I think Ms. Caballero just basically outlined it because I don't want to talk about the benefits of the economic development, the heritage tourism. You know, I established a Heritage Tourism Committee, Advisory Committee back in 2012 because I am aware of the impact that heritage tourism can have in communities and how it can promote economic development and well-being and quality of life. But other people here are probably more qualified to speak about that. I wanted to more focus on, along the lines of Ms. Caballero, and talk more about the broader perspective of what kind of city is El Paso? What kind of county is El Paso? How do we want to be viewed by the rest of the state and the nation? To hear that this survey identified over 900 additional buildings that could qualify for National Historic Register is just an amazing thing. Just think about that. How many cities in this whole country, never mind in Texas, can say that? And that's in addition to the ones the 25 that have already been identified and designated as such. It is an amazing thing. And so the question for us, I think, as a community, for you all, for all of us in the public sector and ordinary citizens as well, is what kind of community do we want to be? Do we want to take advantage of this tremendously rich cultural, architectural, historical environment that we have here in our area, in our region, binational, 3 states, seat of the Mexican Revolution, the indigenous communities before us with their rich history, the architectural beauty of Trost buildings and other architecture that's unique in the Southwest, the fact that the railroads resulted in not only developing the Wild West El Paso that Marty Robbins sings about and that people know about, but the fact that it brought other peoples here, the Chinese community. People don't realize in El Paso, I think it's all predominantly Mexican, Mexican-American, and Anglo, but we have a Chinese community here, we have a Jewish community, we have a Middle Eastern community, Lebanese, Syrian, and so forth, Korean, Puerto Rican, military. I mean, we are an extremely unique community in this country. And I agree with those who say that we have not taken advantage of the assets that we offer to this region, to this state, and to this country. And so the question I think you all have to consider, in addition to all of the details about economic development, heritage tourism, preserving buildings that need to be preserved, is what kind of community do we want to be? I just came back from Austin. And Austin, used to be a very kind of hip, kind of small place. Had a lot of appeal to it. You go to Austin today, as you have, Judge, and you'll see these glass towers all over the place now. Totally changed the complexion of that community. So do we want to be that kind of community? Or do we want to take advantage of this rich cultural heritage that we have and history? That's the question, and I've written about this in the El Paso Times, and I think that this is what this is all about. There may be some issues about that ordinance. I don't know. I leave that up to your lawyers. But really, what this calls for is bold action. I take to heart what people have said about how long the city has delayed this. I mean, this city does not have a history of preserving its historical buildings. On the contrary, it has a history of tearing them down, demolishing them in the interest of economic development and a different idea of progress. I just came back from Durango, Colorado. I went on a hiking trip to decompress from the legislative session. And if anybody has been to Durango, Colorado, you will see how well preserved their old Western heritage is. Incredible. So keep that in mind as you make a decision about going forward. What kind of community do we want to be? Thank you.
Senator Rodriguez, on a side note, I want to thank you for your relentless support during the legislation sessions and everything you did for our county. So thank you so much for that.
Good morning. My name is Marcia Laboda. I'm president of the Maine Library Friends. As a president of the Friends and a member of many library organizations, our focus is always to preserve history, and we hope that you will preserve our history, our heritage. It's a shame that when I can go to Boston and find placards and things on the concrete, on the sidewalk, saying, here's the place where Paul Revere had his house. Well, unfortunately, the house is not there, but it brings history alive to me, because then I can see, gee, I'm standing on the spot where the house was. I do hope that you will go forward with this project and make El Paso a national downtown historic district, because we need it. We need to preserve what we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Laboda.
Our next speaker is Brian Kanoff, followed by Judd Burgess.
My name is Brian Kanoff, and I have been a photojournalist for 53 years, and I'm also an architectural photographer. Because I'm an Army brat, and my dad brought us here from Brooklyn in 1957, I lived here as a child and graduated from UTEP, but I had the unusual experience shared by another journalist in this room I graduated high school in Rome, Italy. And I spent my Saturdays just walking around the alleys and the small side streets, and I got an amazing appreciation for historical architecture and for history in its own right. And when I came back to El Paso, I kind of realized that we have a history in El Paso that is every bit as rich as some of the European countries. I traveled in 1999 with Guerrero Akal to Turkey, and we went from old stadium to stadium, and a combined orchestra gave concerts. I photographically documented those concerts. And other cities and countries in the world have a greater appreciation of their history. Perhaps it's a little bit longer than ours. I don't know if that's the reason. But why we in El Paso insist on scraping our history, our physical history, off the face of the earth is a mystery to me. If you go to any town in Texas, you can go to the center of that town or city and you'll see a quaint 1800s courthouse. And the buildings around the courthouse, many of them aren't government buildings anymore. They're turned into gift shops and museums. But there have been books, beautiful coffee table photograph books done just on these courthouses that are in their towns. We scraped ours off the face of the earth. We scraped our library off the face of the earth. We're right now holding on to the Trost buildings and other buildings with the beautiful architectural details of those buildings. There's an Indian just a block from here. There's a sculpture of an Indian on top of a building I think it's about a block from me. It was across the street from the J.C. Penney's, which is now closed. I have no love lost for the J.C. Penney's, but I do for that Indian that was carved and put up there in 1904. I thoroughly expect to drive down that street one day and see it topple onto the street. It needs to be preserved as so many other buildings do. And I'm an amateur historian, but I am an architectural photographer. I'd hate to be able to not be able to photograph these beautiful evidence of the buildings that still exist in El Paso. And I urge every El Pasoan to back the effort of historical preservation. Yes, historical tourism is a good thing, and it's something that will bring repute and tourists to our city. But just for the sake of the art and the architecture and the history of this town, these places need to be preserved.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Judd Burgess. Did you know that given the chance to decide for ourselves by casting our vote, El Pasoans will most often choose to protect and preserve our culture, heritage, and our historical and natural assets? A recent case in point revealed more El Pasoans voting to preserve the Lost Dog area for future generations than voted for our current mayor. People will get up and vote when they have something worth voting for. The tide is finally turning, and El Pasoans are waking up to the abusive decisions being made on our behalf by short-sighted elected officials. We have long memories, and we won't forget those decisions and their catastrophic impacts. Today's vote to support creating a National Historic Register district in downtown area to help protect these irreplaceable assets by this commission is very similar, with the exception being that it will be you that determine the future of a very critical part of El Paso historical legacy. You have it within your power today to vote honestly for our best interests and make a decision that will impact future generations of El Pasoans for good or bad, depending on which way your vote swings. Our current city administration is deluded into thinking that El Pasoans prefer the so-called progress of glitzy and tax-devouring sports arena fusterclucks in exchange for destroying our oldest and most precious assets, buildings and cultural neighborhoods. This is not progress. This is wholesale negligence and sets us back to a place where our city's soul and essence is irreplaceable. There really is no compromise when it comes to our heritage. History is meant to be preserved, otherwise it eventually becomes a distant memory fading into nothingness, and we ultimately lose what it is that makes us who we are. Without protections for our history, the last Chinese laundry in Barrio Duranguito will fall to the wrecking ball, and with it goes the last physical touchstone connecting El Paso's Chinese community and the citizenry at large to the vital history of El Paso's early Chinese contributions to our city. Gone, vanished. All of our downtown architectural legacy becomes potential targets for greedy investors and clueless politicians who can't see past next week or the next payday. I'm not a Bible thumper, but there's a story in the Bible about two brothers named Esau and Jacob. Esau, being the older, stood first in line to inherit his father Isaac's leadership and much of his wealth. But in a moment of greedy self-interest and short-term view of things, Esau gave up his birthright for a lousy bowl of stew to Jacob, who was looking at the big picture. He was looking generations ahead of himself, and he ultimately received the greatest benefits while Esau paid dearly for his narrow views. Don't be Esau. Don't give up what makes El Paso unique and special, because in the long run, you'll have given up our birthright, and there will be nothing left of it for generations ahead of us. Now, with that said, and a little time left over, I would like to say I understand, Mr. County Judge Samaniego, that you want to kind of keep things peaceful and, with a decorum, but this is something that it's democracy, and democracy gets ugly, it gets dirty. And so I appreciate, the fact that you're trying to coddle your fellow commissioner, Mr. Perez, over here, but this is political. There's no room for politeness here. The city has already shown themselves to not be interested in anything. And case in point would be the library and the Mexican American Cultural Center. That is the way they solve the problems. There's no room to deal with you guys and do anything with any rationality, because that is the final solution as far as they're concerned. And lastly, I'd like to just point out Mr. Perez's hypocrisy when he says that he doesn't want to insert himself into city business. I'd like to just remind you of the time that you wrote that weaponized poison pen letter and sent it off to the DA Jaime Esparza, and then got the Texas Rangers. Remember that? I would say that constitutes being directly involved city business. So if you're going to say those things, make sure that you know what you're talking about and you're honest about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
Followed by Selpa Chu.
Judge, you have a question.
I'm sorry.
So Romelia had stepped out, and so they want to know if they can skip over them and come back to.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it's a medical condition that forced her to.
Okay,
leave for
no
a
problem.
minute, okay?
We totally understand.
Well, good morning again, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today on behalf of the persons who cannot be here because they are working, because they are sick, because they don't speak English. And that includes Antonia Morales and Romelia Mendoza, who have been present without understanding a word of what has been said here. The information that the city of El Paso is gathering and this commission is missing a large part of the residents of El Paso who are not able to navigate your system. I raised my hand to ask you to have a translator for them, but nobody noticed it. And I'm not sure how much they are going to understand about the procedures here, but they are very important. Persons of El Paso. Romelia Mendoza is the owner of a home that she bought with her work. Yet her opinion is not heard very often. I'm also here to speak about the persons who came to downtown when it was actually partially destroyed, and how they cried in front of the buildings that were, again, partially demolished. Thinking about their parents being part of the war, the Second Great War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and how they have worked so hard to preserve their families in those hard times. I'm speaking on behalf of the widows of our veterans who were displaced by these so-called progressive projects. And as a historian, I can only think about the relationship that we have with the buildings. It's not only the buildings that we are trying to protect. They are history, but they are personal histories, family histories. It is our legacy. And for poor people, that's all they have, their memories. It's what their children, what their grandchildren, what the next generations are going to remember about them. It is also about community and how a diverse population has been able to survive and thrive within those historical areas. So it is the history of love. It is the history of communion among Asian immigrants, Latin American immigrants, Mexican American, Italian American persons. So we are talking about the heart of the United States. It's not only all buildings. It's not only about politics. It's about love. And it is about how we want to remember those who worked very hard for us to be here today. What kind of community we are if we not only condemned the architectural remnants of our history, but we also are condemning the work that made them, the work that built this nation. And that is not only Mexican American, and it is not only poor, the working class Americans. We have all kinds of people, and all of them deserve to be remembered. We all deserve to love and to be loved as part of a truly diverse America. So thank you very much, and I hope you are patient with Doña Antonia Morales and Romelia Mendoza as they don't understand your instructions and procedures and terms.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Buenos días a todos.
Buenos días.
Mi nombre es Romelia Mendoza. ¿Me escuchan? Mi nombre es Romelia Mendoza. Soy residente de Duranguito. Y yo quería decirles que yo creo que ya es tiempo de que se haga histórico todo ya. Todo Chihuahuita, Duranguito, el segundo barrio. Porque pues, ¿qué no ven que es histórico todo? Hay personas que dicen que se les hace feo y todo, y eso, pero son personas que no saben de la historia. Yo tengo más de 40 años viviendo a mi casa. Yo llegué joven ahí, el 78. Entonces yo tengo mis nietos y tengo una nieta de 5 años y me dice, I like your house, crema. Yo no tuve la oportunidad de aprender inglés. Muy poquito entiendo. Por trabajar para tener mi casa. En ese tiempo mis hermanos chicos, sí tenía a mi papá, nos ayudábamos todos. Pero yo fui la que tuve la oportunidad de agarrar esa casa. Entonces, ¿por qué? Porque viene un rico con más dinero, viene a decidir por mí para que me tiren mi casa. Yo no quiero vender mi casa, ni por mucho dinero. A mí me gusta mi casa. Cuando yo estuve joven, yo decidí ese lugar para vivir. Yo ya tengo más de 40 años viviendo ahí. Yo soy una persona de la tercera edad. Al rato será de la cuarta. Pero no quiero que me manden a vivir, sabrá Dios a dónde. El Paso está muy grande para que hagan ellos su arena, que nos quieren tirar ahí para hacer su arena. Hay muchos lugares. Como se les he dicho, hay gente que quiere ir a ver un juego, bárrete lejos. Yo he visto cuando mi hija, me he dado cuenta cuando mi hija va con su esposo, van hasta Boston a ver un juego, que les cuesta ir allá por donde hay más lugares y no tener que destruir todo el Paso, todo el centro. Ahora los edificios están muy bonitos. No los quieren, mi casa o los demás edificios que son históricos, los quieren usar como que son platos desechables, que dicen lo tiro y hago otro según ellos. Eso no es manera de avanzar, yo lo veo. Porque es histórico, quieren acabar con nuestra historia, con nuestras raíces. Y a mí me gustaría que se hiciera histórico internacionalmente. Ya todo Chihuahuita, Duranguito, segundo barrio, todo el centro. Ya se están terminando el centro, ya están tirando muchos edificios que son históricos, los han tirado. Y como que ya, yo creo que ya estuvo bueno. Que nos escuchen. Mucha gente ha levantado su voz y no nos escuchan. Esto es muy desgastante de que estar ya, sí, no. Es una cosa muy, muy, muy pesada estar así. Y yo de mi parte, yo no quiero vender mi casa, no me quiero salir. Ya se los he dicho muchas veces. Para mí mi casa es un palacio, no porque alguien tiene una casa tan preciosa. Si yo luché en mi juventud para tener lo que tengo ahorita, en el lugar donde yo quería estar. Nomás porque llegó un señor don dinero y vamos a tirar la ciudad, que les vamos a tirar a todos. Como que eso no se me hace justo. Y a lo mejor hay muchas cosas más que les pudiera decir, pero pues no hay palabras.
30 segundos.
Y muchas gracias. Y ojalá que sí nos puedan hacer histórico todas nuestras casas, nuestros barrios, nuestra historia. Porque ¿qué les vamos a presentar a nuestros jóvenes, a nuestros nietos que están creciendo? Un montón de tierra.
15 segundos.
Que se tardan tanto ahí los trabajadores para trabajar, hay bolas de tierra. Si ustedes se fijan, ya está todo el Paso destruido, por donde quiera que uno camina hay hoyos y muchos puentes, quién sabe para qué. Bueno, yo lo veo de esa manera. Muchas gracias.
Señora Mendoza, muchísimas gracias. Y nos hubiera gustado poder traducir sus comentarios y nos gustaría, si viene alguien que habla en español, si alguien la pudiera acompañar para traducir, para tenerlo bien firme en el record. Ya estoy hablando Spanglish. Pero sí nos gustaría para que esté bien, pero just as a comment for the court, I just would like to express that Mrs. Mendoza is a resident who has lived there for 40 years, very passionate about staying there, has built, a residence there, a life there, and would love to preserve that situation going forward and be able to live at her residence without being removed from the residence. So I don't know if that covers everything, but going forward will be a little bit more accurate for the record. So if anybody can accompany, I know several of us here could translate, but I'm not sure if it would be appropriate for a commissioner, a county judge to be translating. So if there's anybody in the audience that would translate, it would really help for the record. Anybody would love to do this?
The court could also, if a member of the court could also do it if they wish, you can either break it up to make sure there's an accurate translation, or you can do it at the end as a quick summary, because we do have a lot of folks that are signed up to speak today.
Yeah. But I'm wondering, is it okay? Would you rather not have a commissioner doing that and have someone from the audience?
It's at the court's preference. We've done it before in the past, where we had a member of the court translate.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
just that way we know it's on the record, because there were some very good comments by Mrs. Mendoza that I would not like not to be on the record. So we'll do that going forward. Muchas gracias, señora. Le agradezco mucho
Yo
sus
sé que muchas
comentarios.
personas entienden.
Sí. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Caballero. Okay. If you want to add that, that would be an additional comment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eva Ross, followed by Prince McKenzie.
No, Ms. Mendoza just spoke.
Just spoke. She did leave, and has Antonia come back, or is that who we're waiting for? Oh, well, excellent. Absolutely.
Dr. Chu, are you going to be helping to translate, or would you like me to do so?
Can you please do that?
Okay.
I think at the end of her presentation, because interrupting is not the best way to.
So just
continue.
wait
Is that
for the
okay with
final
you?
comments?
I'll do my best.
All right, thank you very much.
Take notes, okay?
Buenos días.
Buenos días,
Mi
señora.
nombre es Antonia Morales. Soy residente del barrio Duranguito. Pero antes quiero decirles que soy fronteriza y que crecí junto con junto con El Paso y Juárez. En el 1941 todavía El Paso era muy chico y Juárez también. Y con ellos crecí. Y trabajé mucho para el crecimiento y la economía de esta ciudad. Trabajé en un solo lugar 12 años, sin vacaciones, ganando primero 75 la hora, después a 1.25, hasta que el presidente Kennedy entró y subió el sueldo. He crecido con esta ciudad. Ahora vivo desde 1965, viví primero en el segundo barrio y fue la gente del segundo barrio, Chihuahuita, Duranguito, Loreto, todos ellos trabajamos mucho para el crecimiento y la economía de esta ciudad, como les dije antes. Después me fui en el 65 al barrio Duranguito. No tuve escuela. Tengo primer año de escuela mexicana, nomás sé leer poco, escribir, no sé multiplicar, inglés tampoco sé, pero eso no me impidió nunca, el idioma, trabajar para mi ciudad, trabajar para la economía, trabajar para el crecimiento de nuestra ciudad. Llegué a Duranguito y tampoco me impidió trabajar para mi barrio Duranguito, porque había mucha prostitución, mucha droga, mucho raterismo, y me puse a trabajar junto con la policía y limpiamos la comunidad y quitamos todo lo que afectaba a nuestra comunidad, porque teníamos muchos niños de primaria y muchos jóvenes de high school. Mi idioma no me ha impedido trabajar para mi ciudad, y ahora veo con tristeza y me siento impotente y veo con mucha tristeza que están destruyendo nuestra ciudad, que tanto trabajamos para lograrla. Me sentía orgullosa de ver esas casas, es como la Popular, la Casa Blanca, toda esa, que había tanta economía, tanta gente que venía de todo México a comprar y todo. Eso me duele, eso me da tristeza, porque son mis ciudades, soy fronteriza y no sé qué, no puedo. Me da tristeza y me siento impotente que no pueda hacer nada ni lograr nada. ¿Por qué quieren quitarnos nuestra historia? ¿Por qué quieren quitarnos nuestras raíces? ¿Por qué quieren acabar con nuestros barrios? Sí, trabajamos mucho para construirlo, y antes que yo, que tengo 91 años, fueron antes otros los que hicieron estas fincas hermosas, este centro bonito que tenemos. No estoy de acuerdo y espero que los jóvenes que sí tuvieron, que sí tienen estudio, y ustedes, nuestros representantes, sigan luchando, y yo no puedo, pero sigan luchando porque no destruyan lo hermoso que es nuestra ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señora. Le agradezco. Commissioner Stout, you want to...
Okay. Miss Antonia Morales she stated that she's a resident of Duranguito, and she considers herself a fronteriza. She's lived in both El Paso and Juarez, and has worked hard for the growth and development of the city and its economy. She's lived in El Segundo Barrio since 1965 and has worked hard for growth and development of the economy in that area, in that barrio. She said that though she didn't go to school, she knows how to read and write, but that never hindered her ability to work hard for the city. She said that since she has lived in Duranguito, she has worked hard, including with the authorities in the city, to relieve the area of prostitution and crime. There are a lot of young children that she was worried about that would be subjected to these issues. And she also says that, even though she doesn't speak English, the fact that she has a language barrier does not and has not hindered her in the work that she's done. And she's very sad. She says it makes her very sad to see the destruction of the barrio and especially the history. This is her city, she feels, and she feels helpless. And she asks, why do they want to take our history when we have worked so hard to create it? She said she's 91 years old, and there are many before her that also worked hard to create such a rich history. And she asked us as elected officials to keep fighting to make sure that there's not more destruction to the barrio.
Commissioner, very well
Hopefully
done.
that's
Very well
sufficient.
done.
Okay.
But it's on pro bono right now.
Our next speaker is Prince Mackenzie, followed by Christopher Falk.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Prince Mackenzie. I'm an art historian, a retired museum curator, retired from the City Department of Museums, and for the last 18 years, I have been the executive director of the Railroad and Transportation Museum of El Paso. And I would like to share with you today some of the research that we and the Railroad Museum have developed and information that we have in our programs and in the curriculum that we are in the process of writing for the El Paso Independent School District. 50 years ago, all historians were in agreement that the single most important event in the entire history, going back 450 years, the entire history of El Paso was the arrival of the railroads. 3 railroads arrived in 1881, connecting the north, the east, and the west. And then within 4 years, we had connections to Mexico City, Chicago, New Orleans, San Francisco, Denver. And what happened then? The population grew from 1,000 to over 10,000 in 9 years. El Paso became not only a great rail hub, but El Paso became the major population center of the entire Southwest, all the way to Southern California, all the way to San Antonio and Fort Worth. And what this did was, it gave us phenomenal growth of business and industry, which brought massive investment in business and residential construction. And that's what we're talking about today. 50 years ago, Dr. Clark Garnsey, a mentor of mine, professor of art history at UTEP, and Mary Sarber, the director of the libraries for the city of El Paso, the founder of the Border Heritage Department, the Southwest Heritage section of the El Paso Public Library. These people studied and taught us about the unique and significant styles of El Paso's architecture. And that really has become a basis for the study of architecture. And then along came Dr. Lloyd Engelbrecht, who described the eclectic imagination of Henry Trost. Henry Trost was an outstanding architect, but why did he build? Why were these designs in an eclectic style? And the reason was because those buildings all over El Paso, residential and commercial, were paid for by a diverse population of Europeans. My ancestor came here in 1881 on the railroad, and these buildings in El Paso were paid for by Europeans, Asians, Mexican and Spanish Americans, and Middle Eastern immigrants. And as an individual citizen, I sincerely urge the county to move forward with a plan to establish historic and do more in terms of historic preservation in the spirit of community pride and respect for our history. Now, I have a newspaper here from Magdalena, New Mexico. Last month I gave a lecture and participated in a historic festival in Magdalena, New Mexico. That's about 200 miles north of El Paso. This is a small town, very much like Cladcroft, New Mexico, not quite as big as Sierra Blanca, Texas. And
30 seconds.
What you see here are pictures of their homes, their commercial buildings. And you know, I can see every one of these buildings on Tay Street, on Montana Avenue, on Yandell Boulevard. I can see these very same houses. And it mentions their pride in getting these properties on the National Register. This is a town of 1,900 people.
Time.
And it was a boom town in the early days of mining history in New Mexico. So what are they doing? They are taking advantage, not only their pride and their history, but they're taking advantage of the tourism aspect.
Mr. McKenzie, your time's over. Just could you wrap up real fast so everybody has a fair 5 minutes?
Thank you.
Thank you. But you could wrap up quickly.
I would like to conclude with saying that my family has lived in the Austin Terrace Historic District in a Trost home for 5 generations, and we would like to see more historic preservation. We would like to see surveys like this extended all over El Paso County.
Thank you.
And not just this area.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Falk.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to thank Commissioner Stout, County Judge Samaniego, and all the county commissioners that are supporting the survey and the establishment of a national district, registered district in downtown El Paso and some adjacent areas. El Paso has a unique and special history that we sometimes lose sight of. The Butterfield stagecoach lines, the railroad, the famous outlaws, the lawmen, the Spanish missions, and much more. The Wild West, including El Paso, and its ensuing history possess a romantic mystique unparalleled anywhere else. People around the world are fascinated by it, in particular the French, who are especially intrigued by it. In fact, they have their own genre of French westerns. We're all familiar with Sergio Leone's spaghetti westerns that made Clint Eastwood an international star. And I don't know if El Paso has done enough to promote its heritage tourism overseas. My point is that El Paso's history is too important to be cast aside. Too often, this remarkable history and its buildings are ignored and destroyed by developers and their lobbyists. The vote on the survey in the National Register District is an intelligent, practical, much-needed step forward. We should all recognize this and play to the strengths that were bestowed on us by history, our history. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Bernie Sargent, followed by Oscar J. Martinez.
Commissioner Robinson, it's great to see you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, staff, and guests. My name is Bernie Sargent, no stranger to this court, having served more than 100,000 hours as a volunteer with the El Paso County Historical Commission over a 17-year period, working to promote the great heritage and culture of all of the county from one end to the other. I'm here as an active volunteer on 8 boards, not as their spokesperson, but rather as someone who works to promote their mission statements with no financial gain for my efforts, but more so to perpetuate our history through education and outreach. Over the many years of service, I've gotten to know many Texans throughout the state who, like myself, are committed to the preservation and restoration of the Texas, not just the buildings, but the human interest stories that have molded our great state. To that end, I, like many of my friends and acquaintances across the state, are committed to elevate the awareness of our mission, and that is to preservation and education. This effort has at times gone against the ideals of some in our community. But from the years of work that I have undertaken and the research that I have conducted, today as before, I am convinced that research like we're enlisting your support of will reap a plethora of information regarding our past that will benefit generations of El Pasoans going into the future. This plan that we're asking you to support will in no way place encumbrances on the property owners, but rather offer them opportunities to realize funding and support for their efforts to preserve and restore their investments through a myriad of tax rebates and even in some occasions, some grant funds. Additionally, the restoration of these properties will speak volumes of El Paso's commitment to heritage tourism. According to many reputable studies, the most lucrative of all categories of tourist impact, which increase revenues, jobs, and the buzzword around most government organizations, sales taxes. Over the last several years, as I have visited the rest of Texas serving on state board appointments, when the subject of El Paso and our commitment to history comes up, the county is constantly receiving accolades for picking up the ball and running with it as it pertains to this historical survey of the downtown area. And I'm also often asked what the city was thinking when they returned the funds to two sources to perform the same. I just leave it to them to formulate their own opinions as to the motivation to do so. Today, that I ask you to continue to show your affirmation of the importance of your commitment to the preservation of our heritage for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sergeant.
Buenos dias. I'm happy to be here, and I want to commend you on the speaker-friendly atmosphere that is here that I did not feel when I talked over there at the City Council the last time I was there. This is much better. You get 5 minutes over there. I got 3 minutes, and they can't wait to cut you off. So thank you for that. My name is Oscar Martinez. I'm here representing the Community First Coalition of 21 organizations in the city and growing. And we're very concerned about many issues in the city, and particularly this one, to preserve the history and the heritage and the genuine identity of this community. So I urge you to carry forward with this effort, because it means a lot to the city. It means a lot to the community. We have awesome history here. I have written 10 books about Mexico, about the U.S.-Mexico borderlands. A lot of the stuff that I've written is about El Paso and Ciudad Juarez. Taught at UTEP for 13 years and at the University of Arizona for 30 years. And what I noticed among students is that there was a great deal of ignorance about where these students came from in Tucson, which is a Mexican-American community, basically, here in El Paso. Large Mexican-American population, very closely related to Mexico. And it was really clear to me all those years, those decades that I taught at these two universities and also taught at other universities, but mostly in these two. Very clear that there is a relationship, a very strong relationship between what students and people in general feel about themselves and who they are and the identity that they have, very closely related to the knowledge that they have about the place where they came from, where they lived. And I'm sad to say that over the years, I've noticed a lot of defensiveness about who these people, how they feel about themselves, the identity crisis, the ambivalence that a lot of these students had, the shame about who they are. We know this very well, that many Mexican Americans just don't have that strong feeling about where they came from and who they are. That comes from history. You learn that by knowing about your community, by knowing about your neighborhood, your city, your country. And let me give you an extreme example of who understood that very well. It was the Nazis in the 1930s when they invaded Poland. And on one of my trips to Poland, I visited various cities and had people who gave lectures about this. The Nazis went into these Polish cities and destroyed the archives and destroyed all the cultural things that these communities had in order to destroy that identity and that feeling of being a people, of being a nation. The Nazis understood the importance of that very well. I'm not saying that Nazis have been here in El Paso doing the same kind of thing, although we had the KKK here in the 1920s. But just by neglect, we have done something that has been harmful to our young people and to all of us. We don't know enough about the rich heritage that we have here, and so we need to commit ourselves to
30
doing
seconds.
more. And I'm so glad that that you as county commissioners are doing what you're doing, and our community organizations are ready to support you and help you with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Our next speaker is Carmen E. Rodriguez, followed by Michael Patino.
Morning, Commissioner, Judge.
Good morning.
I want to share an experience that I had. In 1997, I took a break from practicing law to work for the controller, for the public controller of Texas. In that job, I learned about economic development, and I came to realize the importance of heritage tourism and its connection to economic development. I traveled through a lot of cities, and I found out what they were doing. I attended professional seminars on the subject, and since then, I asked myself, why is El Paso not doing this? That was in '97, and as I've always been a proud Chicana, it really baffled me. Why is it that this city, that this community has not taken advantage of those resources that we have, that we already have, but they have not been enhanced, they have not been developed? And also being involved in politics, I came to understand that it wasn't the voters that didn't care. It wasn't the people that didn't care. It's always been the leadership of the city, mainly, and others in leadership positions. Somehow, they are not proud. They have not been proud. And if you look back at the history, most of it has been because they were Anglo-American, and maybe they were not proud that we were a Mexican-American community or a border community. But I'm seeing a change. And if there's any connection between what's happening in Duranguito and this, is that the population is becoming aware, just like I became aware a couple of decades ago, that history is important, that it is an asset, that culture is an asset, that we should all be proud, that we are a bilingual, bicultural community, and that we need to be proud of it. We need to preserve it. And as far as time is concerned, you know, for us, maybe from here to December isn't a long time, but for others, we may not be here. And so we need to get this moving. It's been too long, and it's very obvious for people that see the big picture. There is something wrong in this community, and you have the ability and the opportunity to make it right, and let's get moving on this. Just one more thing. Mr. Rodriguez, no relationship that I know of, writes a very reasonable sounding letter, but we all know what's behind it. We all can read between the lines. We know that the city is against this, and that is the reason. So the delay, it's disingenuous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you? Most of you know who I am, most of you don't. Hello, Commissioner. You know who I am. I wear this cap very proudly. I went to a foreign country to fight foreign war. I come home to fight against my own city. That is a shame. I am very appalled that my city is fighting against me. Now, I live in a 138-year-old house. How do you like that? I chose to live in this community in Duranguito. I've seen the progress. I've seen the changes. I've seen what we have done. Donita, our oldest resident, 91 years old, now has fought fiercely to bring, to clean our neighborhood, from prostitution, drugs, gangs, and we've done a very well job. We've even asked the community of Duranguito for this federal government to step in, and we were granted $9.7 million to renovate our area. We were granted $9.7 million. Now, I come to find out that this, if you become historical, we get a 45% tax incentives. Wow, I'm ready for that. And I would like to change and preserve my house. I put it up in the market, but again, the city, is it willing to pay $500,000 for my property? No, because I know what I'm worth. I know how valuable my property is. I am ready for the 45% incentives that the government is ready to give us. And when I turned around and asked the city about what about the money that the federal government has spent, the $9.7 million, they turned around the city and said, oh, well, we're going to give the federal government back $1,000 for loss of equity. Hello, Mr. Robinson, how are you? You know who I am? Yeah, he's been in this fight too as well. But the thing about it is many stories of history have been made. Mr. Booth was just shot down the street in San Antonio, down the next block of my house. I love telling stories to people that come to see me. See the murals that I have actually painted by local artists down on Overland and Leon. I've turned a property into something viable for the art community. Bands, I support artists, I support anything that deals with art. And again, I am a chokehold with the city because they have me under their thumb. Now, again, if it becomes historical, I follow rules from the federal government, not the city, okay? The guidelines that they set. We in Union Plaza have guidelines. How big, how tall are windows, doors. Our structures are designed for preserving our neighborhood history. We live in the first community of El Paso. People don't know that. Why is there a segundo barrio? Because that's the second ward. Chihuahuita is a sister city from Mexico, right across the border. Again, and the city has made a mistake as well for the Avenida de las Luces. That shouldn't be glorified on El Paso Street, because why? History shows that Santa Fe is the Avenida, the original passage to the Paso del Norte, the passage to the north. Many people have come from all over the world, from the Amtrak station, and want to see history, want to see our history. Every time I stand outside, or just, I'm at the park, people come around and you could know they're tourists. They have cameras, backpacks, and you start talking to them and you find out they're from all over the world. And what way to actually tell tourists that you're in the first neighborhood of El Paso and the adjacent communities in historical old El Paso. And every time I hear the music, El Paso City, this is my hometown. I'd like to preserve it.
Thank you, Mr. Patino.
Our next speaker is Rafael Garcia, followed by Cuauhtemoc Villegas.
Good morning to Judge Samaniego and commissioners, and especially Commissioner Stout. Thank you for bringing this item forward. I'm Rafael Garcia. I'm a Jesuit priest at Sacred Heart Church, which is right in the middle of the Segundo Barrio. I've lived in that area for 16 years, in that same address on Oregon and 4th. Before I became a priest, I was actually an architect, so I actually have a special interest in this topic for many reasons, not only because of the needs of the people and the history, but also the value of the buildings, the architectural richness that we have. So I'm very much in favor of this proposal for a National Historic District. Through these 16 years when I've walked around downtown, I often feel very sad and depressed. It's hard to bring friends along and show downtown El Paso because it looks like a cemetery. Not only a cemetery, but a badly cared for cemetery with a lot of beautiful buildings boarded up with plywood, buildings that have not only architectural value, but historical value because of the Mexican Revolution and other such, the history of this area. So it's really been very sad to see these buildings crumbling and having a few people, sometimes people that don't care for their buildings, also just being slumlords of sorts in one way or another. I feel very hopeful that I think it was 900 and some buildings that have been identified, because I think this will give us hopefully what I would like to call an inclusive revitalization, because often revitalization, it's a very complicated word and often a very dangerous word, because revitalization often means bringing life to a few privileged people, and marginalizing or taking out other people that do not fit this vision of revitalization of what a city should be according to those who have the power and the prestige to make decisions. So I think I'm hoping that with so many buildings being on the register and hopefully many people, like we've heard from some residents, owners here, property owners, that there will be an inclusive revitalization that will benefit all and respect the rich history of not only Mexican, Mexican-American, Chinese, so many cultures here in the area. For tourism, for sure, I know when I go to a city, I like to go to see where's the history, where's the old buildings, where's the core of the city. And I think this proposal will bring that to life and bring history back alive of the rich history in the border. I do, as I mentioned, my only concern is that often revitalization becomes just revitalizing buildings and areas to meet the criteria of a few, and kind of create a generic type revitalization that brings entertainment for only a certain class of people, or restaurants that are very expensive, and then it just creates a different atmosphere, and it marginalizes a lot of people that used to, like at downtown, you just don't see a lot of people now anymore because revitalization has taken a certain direction. So I do hope that whatever process is this revitalization process takes place, that it's inclusive and that it doesn't just marginalize people that are poor. You know, I've heard it's been said many times, it's a great line to say, what kind of community do we want to live in? What kind of community do we want to be? So I think we do have to listen to what the people want. I was very much energized when I saw what happened with the Lost Dog Trail situation. I mean, a group of people from the west side, obviously they had much more resources than people in Duranguito or Segundo Barrio, but they bought a one-page ad in the paper, they mobilized, and of course they took signatures, and their desire passed overwhelmingly against the desires of developers. Unfortunately, I know Duranguito, because our church was involved, we had signature campaigns about the situation in Duranguito. There was never brought up to the city council to consider the desires of the people, and those signature campaigns were never fulfilled. So I hope the process as it goes forward, again, is inclusive, and let's hopefully have a better city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Garcia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cuauhtémoc Villegas, and I wish you guys to make a good decision about the town El Paso, because let me tell you something. This is a magic city. Since the first time, I think 1969, I would come through the city, and I say, I love the city. I wish to come back again and stay in El Paso. Why? Because I remember the song El Paso del Norte. That song, since Benito Juárez come through the city, Juárez, El Paso, he running to Washington, D.C. So I remember that, and I say, see, I love this city. I will come to live in this town because too many memories about the Mexican history has been here in this town. And when I return, I see how they doing with the city building when they tore down. I wasn't happy, because that building wasn't so nice too. Also, I feel sad when I see too many buildings, all buildings can be destroyed or just come down because nobody can manage in there. The city, somebody needs help for the history, because our history is the future too. If how kids know about this city, we're losing every day. So I wish this city make a change in respect our history, because most of this history in this town is about Mexicans, about Spain, about Chinese, too many about black people. So we have nice, beautiful buildings. We need to care all empties. Nobody lives there. So when the building is empty, it's fell by day, because nobody manages, nobody take care of them. I wish El Paso is to be a magic city, because that's what it is. Because every time I leave it, I return to El Paso because I love El Paso. So my idea is, if we build this town like it is, we have it, we can show the people come to visit El Paso. If you don't have no history, no, you don't have this building, beautiful building, we don't have nobody can interest for El Paso. So we can preserve the history. We will have visiting happy to interest for El Paso. And esa es my idea, But I wish this city can be historical. It can be nice because to have Esquarez, this town is historical. Nobody else can say about the opposite, because in this city, since we have the Plaza de los Lagartos, I visit a couple of times when the Rio Lagartos were there, So right now we have a lot of changes. Now it's totally different. The Plaza de los Lagartos, nobody have interest now like before.
30 seconds.
This is my point. So, you guys, I hope you take a good decision. This city can become historical, what it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Villegas.
Our next speaker is Daniel Carey Whalen, followed by Patricia Brunson.
morning.
Good morning.
Wow, thank you. I was just about to leave, so I'm glad I got called up. So, good morning, Commissioners, County Judge. My name is Daniel Kerry Whalen. I have a master's in American Studies and Urban Planning. I'm a former chair of the Historic Landmarks Commission. I'm currently co-chair of Senator Rodriguez's Heritage Tourism Committee, and I other credentials as well, but I'm speaking just as a citizen of El Paso at the moment. So first of all, I do want to thank you for the direction that you have gone in the past several years. I've worked with Valerie, and now I'm forgetting her last name, but she's your historic preservation person in the county, and I can just see the climate has changed so much in the last couple years, and I really feel like, and I will emphasize that this is going to take a group of people, right? It's not just the county, it is the city, it is the people of this community. And I think that, at least in Senator Rodriguez's Heritage Tourism Committee meetings, we have the city and the county at the table finally. We've been talking about it for years. It's not just organizations that are interested, and some of those people are here represented. It's nice to know that the city and the county are at the table, so please continue on with that. So you've heard a lot of things today here. The amazing history of El Paso, the benefits of heritage tourism, the city's, I've been looking for willful, I can't even think of the term, but the roadblocks that the city has in the past taken on. But I think that what I would like to kind of bring to your attention is that heritage tourism, is the urban fabric, right? That heritage preservation isn't just about the buildings. It's not just about one Trost building downtown. It's about all the buildings in the neighborhood, right? And it is the whole urban fabric. So please remember that. And then it's not just the urban fabric. It is, as you've heard so eloquently from so many of the citizens who live in those buildings, it's about the people. So that history is really about people and about the people who lived in those buildings. So I think that for me, I'm an outsider here. So I've been in this community for just 7 years, which in all the added years here together that you've heard is very little. But I'm that type of person that you're wanting to, that the county and the city of El Paso want to move to El Paso. I'm raising my children here. My children will call this town their home, right? They will, when people ask them where they're from, they were born in Lawrence, Kansas, but they're going to say I'm from El Paso, right? And we always talk about wanting to come back and have a sense of pride of place. And I want my children to have that too. I want them to come back to this community because they will most likely go away, right? That is the lot of, and I work at the university, and we know we're trying to prepare our students to stay in this community, but usually they leave, right? That's just the statistical facts. So when they come back to this community, they're going to remember that urban fabric. They're going to remember the rich layers of community in Segundo Barrio, in Chihuahua, in Duranguito. They're going to remember that, and that's where their memories are going to lie when they return. So thank you very much for giving me the time. Thank you for continuing the conversation. I know that this is just one element of the conversation, so we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler.
Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I don't live here. I live in outside of New York City. I was born in El Paso, Texas. My family, my mom and my dad were also born here. Their families moved here. And I want to say that I've always been in El Paso, and I'll always I will always be an El Pasoan. My fantasy is to move back here when I retire. I have a business here at Fort Bliss. But I think it's extremely important to preserve this town, because if you don't have downtown El Paso, I was thinking, what do you have? What would people come here for? I know people from Atlanta that have come here as sort of the Mecca, because they say, oh, you know, you had the NCAA 1966 championships, and all their whole lives, all they ever thought about was coming to see where this miracle happened. And you know, these are black friends of mine from Atlanta that tell me everybody wants to go to UTEP to see that place. So you got that, and then you've got people who go to, you know, Carlsbad Caverns and want to see that. But what else would you have if you took away the beautiful downtown, which is remarkably preserved because there was nothing going on downtown for 30, 40 years. I don't know how these historians can tell you, but all I know is that these buildings are perfectly preserved. And so you guys have the challenge and the opportunity to do something that no one before you has ever done, which is make El Paso a world-class city, which it already is. So I graduated from UTEP because my family would not let me go away for college, so I had to stay home. And the day after I graduated, I moved to Boston, and I just had to be there because I had read about it since I was in 4th grade, and all the people there were just fascinated by the stories I'd tell them about what the desert was like, or what it was like to walk downtown and do all these things and cross the border to Juarez. And they still, at my age, people ask me, wait, explain to me again, because now I live, still in the Northeast, and people say, explain to me, how is it that you go from El Paso to, I don't understand. And I say, well, it's one community. It's just this incredible place. And they think, well, you know what? Whenever you go to El Paso, let me know, because I want to go with you. I want to go experience walking across to another country. It's just so unique. And so when I went to Boston, I just remember that everybody would say, how come you wanted to come here? And I'm like, my town has no history. There's nothing in El Paso. And it took a lifetime of me traveling for people to tell me about my hometown, El Paso. I mean, I didn't tell them anything. They told me. They said, well, I researched it, and this happened there, and this happened there. And so it's occurred to me that El Paso should never try to model itself over Dallas or wherever you guys think is the Mecca of Texas. Because El Paso is a world-class city. It is beyond Dallas, and it's beyond Austin. It is what it is, and you guys know what it is. And everybody who moved here knows what it is, because it's an incredible place that should be preserved and honored, and it should have been taught in my grade school. I should not have learned about Boston. I did learn a lot about Texas history, because that's a class that you have to take when you go to school in Texas, but I didn't hear anything about El Paso growing up. So I hope that changes for the generations that follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Billy. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Stout, followed by Joe Goodenrath.
Good morning, Commissioners and County Judge. My name is Kathleen Stout, and I moved to El Paso in 1977. After 40 years of teaching political science and writing books about the borderlands, I retired from UTEP, although I am not speaking, of course, on UTEP's behalf. I'm involved in a variety of community organizations as a volunteer, and I am extremely enthusiastic about Commissioner Stout's initiative here that I hope most or all of you would support. By the way, even though our names sound the same, it sounds like the same surname, our names are spelled differently. I am here to read the letter from the National Trust for Historic Preservation. I know that you all have read it, but I hope that the audience also is aware of these important words. Dear County Commissioners, County Judge, and I'm reading now from the letter. As the nation's leading advocate for the preservation and rehabilitation of our cultural heritage and historic resources, we at the National Trust for Historic Preservation urge your thoughtful consideration of the El Paso County Historical Commission's request to document and inventory the irreplaceable historic landmarks of downtown El Paso and surrounding neighborhoods. The National Trust for Historic Preservation encourages the preservation and reuse of historic buildings through planning strategies to enrich the services, livability, and distinctiveness of our communities. A historic resources survey is useful for understanding the historical and architectural contributions of these assets and can keep a city's character intact through a National Register district designation. The identification and preservation of these assets are more important than ever for telling the story of the people of El Paso and their progress, especially as the city embarks on an ambitious expansion and revitalization effort in the historic downtown area. A historic resource survey and National Register district can serve as a catalyst for redevelopment incentives, increase property values, channel community revitalization, and ultimately build resilient cities. The National Trust for Historic Preservation raises awareness and supports the Federal Historic Tax Credit, HTC, in order to help build economic prosperity through the rehabilitation of historic buildings. In Texas, HTC projects have positively affected our communities on numerous levels by benefiting constituents and historic building owners. Every $1 of historic tax credit leverages a minimum of $4 of private investment. The HTC spurs redevelopment, creates jobs, and generates tax revenue. To help illustrate this point, you will find attached, which I do not have, a report on revenues generated through the federal HTC projects here in Texas. We encourage you to preserve the heritage of El Paso by approving a historic resources survey so that future generations may benefit and have the opportunity to appreciate these historic architectural sites. Thank you for the opportunity to express the National Trust for Historic Preservation support for a historic resources survey of downtown El Paso and the surrounding historic neighborhoods. This is signed by Seila Mota Casper from the National Trust for Historic Preservation. So again, thank you for allowing me to speak. People are here because they care about the authenticity and the soul of the community that we love. Please share that love in your support for this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stout.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Joe Gudenrath, Executive Director of the El Paso Downtown Management District. I provided you a position statement our board took back in 2017 that I'll summarize for the record today. The DMD board, made up of downtown property and business tenants, recognizes the benefits associated with the designation and its potential influence on future economic investment, and believes that the designation and or future use of tax credits be the determination of the property owner. I am very pleased that there is an intention to have a very collaborative process and include the input of our property owners, but that has not been the case to date. Whether it's been 2 years, 4 years, even back to 2011, people said this process has been going on. We've not been formally engaged, the DMD board or our downtown stakeholders, and to me, as a student of public policy, that's not good policy. I believe we should be engaging the public, our stakeholders, those people who will be impacted by this continually and throughout this effort. Therefore, I would request that you please press the pause button on this very top-down approach until we can have more engagement with the community. Personally, I need your help. I really do. The goals of the DMD, the county, the city, historic preservationists aren't that far off from each other, to be quite honest, in my opinion. However, the environment is pretty toxic. Name-calling, lawsuits, demolitions, outside influences have contributed to this, what was called a street fight mentality. It's accurate. And unfortunately, in reality, there is no winner in a street fight, and it definitely won't be the El Paso community if this is the approach we take to addressing this policy area. So I'd request that you please engage the Downtown Management District, our stakeholders and property owners, the city, the preservationists, all those folks that can contribute to a more cohesive approach to this effort. And then doing that prior to taking this matter forward, I think we'll be much better off as a community if we're approaching a very strategic historic preservation, economic development approach with our property owners, with our local governments. And I think we'll be more effective approaching this together versus any one interest group being predominant in these discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Sam Rodriguez, followed by Mark Calamia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, County Judge. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And thank you for reading my letter to the record. We are requesting that this item be postponed. But in addition to requesting the postponement, we are asking that you assign county staff to work with us as a cross-functional team. As Joe just mentioned before, there's a great opportunity for us to work with this study specifically and to align it with the multiple strategies and initiatives that the City Council has set forth. I also want to clarify a statement by Commissioner Stout as it relates to the litigation that we have. It's not just the code amendment. This study is publicly tied to the multipurpose Performing Arts and Entertainment Center, as well as through the litigation process, because the MPC footprint is within the boundaries of the survey study. There are 2 points that are being litigated by the city, one being the bond language, as you stated, but the other is the administrative process by the Texas Historical Commission, which, if we follow through, as you have proposed today with phase 2 of the study, it includes the nomination and the processing of the paperwork through the Texas Historical Commission. So again, that in itself will tie in the MPC and the litigation. And I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell you specifically how that's going to work out, but it will definitely tie it in. We are asking, again, respectfully, that we work as a cross-functional team. There is, when you look at the study on the technical level, it's got the potential to have a lot of positive impacts to our community. We are about to embark in a downtown, uptown study that's going to look at land use, incentive policies, design standards, look at wayfinding, specifically also to address our historical points of interest. Our tax increment reinvestment zone number 5 currently has a grant program through the Downtown Management District for facade improvements that would go to support a lot of what we're talking about here today. In addition to that, the City Council has adopted a strategic plan that is heavily focused on heritage tourism as well as the historic preservation. As an example, we have a funded project that's part of the Sun City Lights program where we're currently working over in the Mission Valley area to enhance the intersection over at Alameda and Zaragoza that we envision to become the gateway to the Mission Trail for our community. Within the study, and they're also the reason why we want to ask for a postponement, is that not just the city, other government agencies have the potential to be impacted by the study. We as a government agency are not eligible for any tax credits, and we are subject to the regulations through the Texas Historical Commission as it relates to being on the National Register of Historic Places. With the opportunity to sit down and identify what common grounds we have, both at the city level, at the county, with the folks that have spoken here before, we can come up to a common place and then proceed with recommendations on how we move the study forward. One that aligns our strategy specifically to the study that we're about to undertake for our downtown and uptown incentive policies, and being able to present that to the community through a collaborative PR approach that hopefully working together is successful in being publicly adopted by the community. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Our next speaker is Mark Calamia, followed by Rick Seeberger.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. I'm Mark Calamia. I work for the National Park Service at Chamizal National Memorial. However, I'm here today to share with you some ideas and concerns I have as a citizen and native of El Paso. I also would like to present, as part of this, a little more on the human side of a person who is from El Paso and has deep roots here, and that has strong implications for this National Historic District that we're talking about. My parents were the son and daughter of immigrants. My father's father came over, my grandfather, from Salaparuta, Sicily, as a child. And they raised my father, Joseph Calamia, who became a very prominent civil rights and criminal defense attorney here in El Paso in Segundo Barrio. My mother, Hortensia Calamia, was the daughter of Mexican immigrants that came over from northern Chihuahua and settled in Chamizal neighborhood. She grew up very poor in a family of 7 there with other people. I went to UTEP here. I was raised here, as I said, and this is home for me, even though I've lived most of my adult life away. What Professor Rodriguez shared, Oscar Rodriguez shared a little while ago, is very important because most of what we're talking about here is a sense of place and identity. Oscar Martinez. What he shared was extremely important because many people don't know the importance of El Paso as a place where they grew up. I was one of those for a while until I began to take a strong interest in my local culture and history here. Now, we've heard from a number of people here concerning the importance of preservation, but also the economic incentives for having this designated as a National Historic District, this entire downtown area. What I want to say as part of that, and somebody who's quite familiar with the National Historic Preservation Act and the process, being an employee of the National Park Service, is that the National Register was designed to recognize buildings of great cultural and historic importance and districts. However, the crafters of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, as amended, recognized that the development needs to continue as well, but at a pace that protects historic values. So there are no restrictions, and I want to emphasize this, there are no restrictions placed or like regulations on buildings and districts. In other words, private landowners, commercial enterprises, if they own these buildings, are free to demolish them if they want to. So that's a misconception that some people have, that it acts as a sandbag. It doesn't. What it does do is provide these tax credit benefits, both state and federal, to landowners, if they property owners, and both commercial and personal, private, if they choose to take advantage of them. And that's the potential that we have here for El Paso to really gain from this, as seen in other cities like San Antonio, Galveston, and Austin. I'd like to read very quickly a couple of excerpts from letters, and these are public record, of people who have experienced historic preservation in their own communities, and the benefits and the risks. The first one, though, is just from our neighbor up the street here in Mesilla, New Mexico. Now, this is the downside. I want to read this. Maybe some of you have already an excerpt from this, but it's of concern because we could end up just like what happened in Las Cruces. This is pertaining to Las Cruces. And this is from Eric Leafield, president of Mesilla Valley Preservation Incorporated. And I quote, "Again, you don't represent me, but many in Las Cruces have noted the frequent El Paso demolitions with sadness. In fact, our experience in Las Cruces may be helpful to you. A similar rash of demolitions took place in our downtown during urban renewal in the 1960s and 1970s. Like all of your recent demolitions, most of the demolition sites in Las Cruces remain vacant lots 45 years later. Las Cruces is still reeling from the loss of much of the architecture that gave it a unique identity and is still struggling to revitalize its downtown as a result after multiple false starts. These conditions and the era of urban renewal are not viewed proudly by our residents today. The politicians who allowed them are seen by many as short-sighted pariahs who sold out Las Cruces' future, and the economic losses from not having a thriving downtown for at least several decades are incalculable. Let's not go that way, please. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners Court. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate your leadership, and this topic I believe is very important. I'm a businessman. I'm not a historian. I'm not an architect. But I want to first and foremost encourage this court to move forward now with the survey plan and take the next step to get the community's input. I believe one of the things that's essential for El Paso is getting input from the community and stop these backroom meetings and so forth. Get the people to voice their opinion. I believe you've seen that here today. Number two, this is your opportunity to lead so others will follow. Time is essential. You've led in property tax. You've led in so many ways. And I will bring a unique perspective, I believe, today as I continue with this. Third, heritage tourism is an essential element in economic development. If you research or just Google heritage tourism, here's one quote. Cultural tourism is important for various reasons. It has a positive economic and social impact. It establishes and reinforces identity. It helps build image. It helps preserve the cultural and historical heritage. With culture as the instrument, it facilitates harmony and understanding among people. Now, my perspective is this. For a little over a year, I ran for political office, and I got an education by immersion. I learned a lot about El Paso that I didn't know before. One of the things that I kept asking myself is why do we have El Paso? Why is El Paso? And I kept coming back to the same conclusion, and that is that El Paso is a very strategic city. It is a model for our nation. And I had the privilege, my wife and I, of leading the Supervisory and Leadership Academy for the city of El Paso for nearly 6 years, of which over 2.5 years we did ourselves. And during that time, I got an intimate view and understanding of the city's strategic plan. I promoted that plan as I taught the leadership courses to all the supervisors and managers of the city. Then when I decided to run for political office, I took a step back and began researching what was happening behind the scenes of that strategic plan. I was blessed, for example, to be able to lead the strategic plan for the city of El Paso, the airport, and saw the tremendous strides that the airport has made as a result of a very detailed strategic plan. I'm a master strategist. I've done strategic plans in 43 nations. But here's what I've seen by the city. I've seen the city not succeed. I see them using a model that's at least 50 years old. I see them being riddled with debt. I see them taking initiatives like the ballpark, which is supposed to be the future of El Paso, which was claimed to be a $50 million bond initiative, which now has cost over $156 million. I see us have streetcars that are supposed to be successful, yet we're not focusing on the heritage that would bring people here to use the streetcars. Common business would tell you we are on the wrong track. I'll tell you the track we're on. We're on the track for a few people to benefit while the rest of El Paso doesn't. Heritage tourism is the foundation for El Paso going forward. Why? I travel a lot, as many of you do. When you go to places, don't you take bus rides and tours and so forth to learn about the city? What are we doing here? If you drive down Montana, you drive down some of these cities where these beautiful buildings that are boarded up, and you ask yourselves, this is common sense that we would focus on our heritage, because that's why El Paso exists. If you look at the history, and today we still are
30 seconds.
a major city in this nation. So don't follow the city. The city is going in the wrong direction. Men, pull up your britches, lead by example, and take this initiative the next step. Get the people involved so that you will see that the people of El Paso truly want to sustain their heritage. Don't go down the path of thinking that our future is ballparks. That is not our future. And we're proving it by going continually in debt for these projects that are not bearing fruit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Cito Negron, followed by Paula Martinez.
County Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me and the others to speak. It's been quite a long meeting. We've covered quite a bit of territory here, so I'm going to try to make two quick points. One is that a lot of this really has to do with the county's role. We've heard a lot of questions about the city, the impact that this might have on the city. But frankly, at this point, it seems obvious that while you may have good partnerships on a lot of issues, the county is its own entity. Y'all have the ability to take a leadership role on behalf of the community and make decisions that benefit the entire community while still being partners on most of the projects, 90% of the projects. I can think of tax incentives, for example, that the county has partnered with the city on development issues. So this is not a question of whether or not the county can be or is a good partner to the city. This is a question of the county listening to its constituents and moving forward with a project that has a great deal of impact. I wanted to stay positive, but I can't help but comment on one of the previous speakers talking about a top-down approach that doesn't work. And as a neighborhood person, I'm looking at the city of El Paso voting on widening a freeway. Not once has anyone from the city reached out to my neighborhood, which is going to bear the impact of that. I'm looking at the city making plans for an uptown-downtown district. Not once has the city reached out to my neighborhood, which is directly in that area, to discuss that. I agree that there should be communication with neighborhoods and with community, and it goes two ways. And so what I'm hearing is when you don't do things our way, you're not cooperating. I don't think the county needs to fall into that. Y'all are your own entity. This is a good project, and it has a lot of potential benefits that can stand on its own. And if there are issues, those will come up because this is an ongoing process. So this is just a step, and it has been long enough. With respect to the neighborhood-oriented and cultural heritage development, this has a lot of potential because downtown is surrounded by neighborhoods. And while we hear the values of neighborhoods expressed in the planning language, we don't see that in actual projects. Or again, as I said in the outreach, this is the type of project that not only benefits downtown, not only benefits the buildings there, but benefits all of the surrounding neighborhoods that should be part of that fabric and aren't currently being considered in these plans. So this is a very good step that is not the last step, is completely within your purview. If there are issues with the city, they can deal with those. They can bring those up in a partnership, but it shouldn't stop you from taking the leadership role that you're taking now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen,
afternoon.
I wasn't planning on speaking. This is Paola Martinez. I wasn't planning on speaking today, so I don't have a very eloquent speech for you. However, please bear with me as I try to express what I feel. I am a graduate from UTEP in painting and art history, and I am in association with the Trove Society. However, today I'm here in representation of my generation, what you could say is the millennials, and also all of the youth that couldn't be here today. And I want to kindly remind you that your decision is going to affect us all, not just everybody that's here in this room, but all the generations to come, my nephews, my future children, all of these people. And I plead, don't destroy our history, our pride, and our sense of identity. Being in the border already complicates a little bit of, where am I from here? Am I from there? And erasing history would just erase that sense of identity, as Mr. Oscar Martinez was saying. And I think that's a very important part of the community of being an El Pasoan. What is El Paso without the downtown buildings? What do we have? I'm tired of having my colleagues leaving to other cities in search of better opportunities or something better or nicer. What do we, this generation, have to hold on to? Do we hold on to parking lots? Do we hold on to stores or big outlets? I just wanted to kindly remind you and beg to please give our generation something to hold on to have that essence of and pride of being an El Pasoan. Thank you.
Thank you, Paola.
Our next speaker is Vicki Hamilton, followed by Corinne Chacon.
My name is Vicki Hamilton. I'm a retired architect. I'm not going to go over all the other things that people have done, but I do want to address one question that the judge asked, which is what kind of community we are. I hope it's a fair community. One of the things that the city, when they debated taking the money to do this study themselves, asked was, can you do a nomination separately and therefore get the tax credits? Yes, you can, if you've got the money to pay for a nomination separately. So I see this as a fairness issue with small business owners and small property owners. I'm an old woman, and I'm beginning to see that the longer you put off fixing things, the more they cost in pain and suffering, and things get worse. Old buildings are just the same. If you can't, and so maybe the tax credits would make the difference to let small property owners stay where they are and fix up what they have and benefit from the economic development and the economic outcome that the city says we're going to have when they finish with the things they're working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicki.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Judge and Commissioners. My name is Corinne Chacon, and I have had several positions here in the city with the state, and I am an activist, and I'm currently a Culture of Health Leaders Fellow with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. Knowing the judge's interest in behavioral health and building on some of the comments that have been made, the psychology of knowing where you're from, of having a sound history, of having that history celebrated, regardless of how complex it is central to a culture of health. In reviewing some of the documents that the state has produced, because the state itself has done an exceptional job, I think, of creating resources to support heritage tourism. And why not? It's pollution-free. It builds on what already exists. It doesn't involve bringing in high-polluting companies or enterprises. And it creates its own content. It builds on the history of the state. This is one of their, I'm going to quote from one of their documents. This is the essence of heritage tourism. Save your heritage, share it with visitors, and reap the economic benefits through tourist spending. Having said that, the other benefit is psychological. It's our well-being. It's the future of young people. It's the future of children. What has already been built in El Paso is just waiting for an honest leadership and a kickstart, a bold kickstart. And this vote today can be that. There are state resources. There's the El Camino Real del Tierra Adentro. The community college has a hospitality certification where people learn the different facets of the history. And it's been a collaborative effort with the city and the county and the community foundation to create a shared narrative so that you have a certain standard to these hospitality students who want to remain in this industry and who can make a living in this industry. The county has implemented the tours, the tour buses that take people to the various missions and link them to other locations where they can be picked up. There's the El Paso History Museum. There's the Digital History Wall. There's the missions. There's Waco Tanks. There's Fort Bliss, the Military Museum. And now you have, there's also several very significant conferences that are held here. When I was with the Senator's office, there was a history summit, really to explore how this tourism could be built, this sector could be established. And there was 42 presenters. There was 42 booths. So right there you see the complexity and the richness that we have here. There could be History Week in El Paso with music competitions and food celebration and plays and artwork, and even to help shift our sector into such a digital mode, which is where everything is already moving to, so that we're creating good quality jobs, digital preservation, archives, digital art. Then we have this built environment of over 900 properties. And in answer to your question, Commissioner Leon, it's my understanding that the historical district designation is only for properties that are depreciable. So it's businesses or a residence that's used as a rental or for business. So it isn't for a personal residence. So it does not apply. And the developers and the owners already have the choice to elect to participate or not. So the onus on them to be forced into decisions or not have full control over their property, that's just not accurate. That's not accurate information. So I would urge you that today in this building, at this time, to preserve the momentum and to preserve the trust that's already been established by your 5-0 vote, today is the time. You all are the people who can make it happen, and history will look on this moment as when we said we took the step. El Paso is history. We're a legendary crossroads. Above and beyond all that we are, the soul of this city is communication, collaboration, and an environment that welcomes other cultures and celebrates it through food, history, art, and architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chacon.
Our last speaker is Richard Dayub. Dayub here.
Saw him leave earlier, I'm not sure.
This concludes public comment. Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, can I make a suggestion?
Absolutely.
Christina, there's some issues that we've spoken about in executive session, some issues that were brought up here today, some very good issues. And because of questions that are still dogging me, can I make a motion to go into executive session for this one item to consult with our county attorneys?
Yes, sir, we can go ahead and go into executive session, and that motion would be pursuant to 551.071, discuss legal rights and responsibilities regarding the county's contract for professional services and architectural and historical survey with Hardy Heck and Moore, and that would be the motion to take it into executive session.
Thank you, and I make the motion as described.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Either we can go ahead and move forward and take that into executive session now, or wait until the end of the meeting. We still have items 8 through
23 or 22.
Yeah.
Christina, we have a lot of people here so whatever facilitates a quicker, more efficient manner. So I'd rather not prolong it, go into executive session, and then take the other items in order.
Is that your pleasure, Judge? So
Yeah.
if you would like to do so now, so.
No, I just want to make a comment before that we can come out of a special session, and just want to thank you for the way everybody conducted themselves, and I just want to make sure that there's a couple of comments that sounded like if I was lukewarm, and hay un dicho mexicano que dice la cortesía no quita lo valiente. And it says, being courteous does not take away from boldness. So I assure you that there's not a weak bone in me about making decisions. Just want to make sure that I understand. I think we're a much better place. You've eroded my learning curve tremendously. It would have probably taken a couple of months to understand what I understood today. So I just want to thank you for that, but I don't want to leave the impression that I'm sitting on the fence, and that's the reason for what happened today. The reason is I think we're more knowledgeable. We heard about passion. We heard people that live there. This is a kind of whether it's a street fight or not, it doesn't matter. Everybody should be heard, we should be courteous, and I think we're at a much better place than we were 3 hours ago. And so I just want to make sure that the process was not because of lack of understanding. Well, it was lack of understanding, but not lack of commitment. So I just want to thank you for taking that into consideration.
Judge, I want to thank you for allowing the public comment. I think this was a huge part that was lacking from the last time that this new court discussed this. And so I really want to thank all of the people who showed up to share their support, or just to share any information that they had, whether they were supportive or not. That's part of the process, and I'm glad that we have a new county judge and a court that's willing to hear that, and I'm happy that this happened.
Thank you. So we'll be. I'm sorry, Commissioner Robinson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to address a couple of things in regards to my status. People have made comments in regards to me not being here or being late. I apologize for that, but then again, I'm not going to apologize because the fact that I've been dealing with some medical issues, some physical issues with my doctors, so I'm not going to apologize for being sick. I don't like being sick. I've served 25 years in the military. I was never late. I served 8 years on city council. I didn't run in late. I pride myself for being a professional in everything I do. But one day you may understand, and one day I hope it doesn't happen to you what happened to me. But I'm dealing with it, and so I'm doing the best I can to be here as much as possible, and I'm making every effort not to be late. But sometimes, without going into detail, but the thing what I want in that regard to address is that as we go through this process, and the other thing also along that same line as far as someone made a comment about me not having guts. if you know anything about me, if you dealt with me, if you've seen me in action as far as my 8 years on city council, there were several controversial issues that I deal with. One that was mentioned today about the ballpark, tearing down a perfectly good city hall. I was not in favor of that, but I lost on it because we got outnumbered on the vote. And there were other issues as well. So just because you don't see me yelling, screaming, jumping down, don't think that I'm not paying attention. Don't ever think that I'm not listening, because one of the things that I tell my other people I deal with, one of the big things for my job on council and the job here as well, is not knowing everything, but listening. That's a big part of the job that I feel is necessary and important. Sometimes we as elected officials don't think that we need to listen. We know all the answers. I'm not an architect. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a historian. But I do have a little common sense, and I do listen. So I just want to address that as far as me personally. I do pay attention, and when I'm not here, I'm still listening, and I do read and listen to comments being made by the media, the people in the public as well. But I just want to say that I think we go through this process, and you have a fair process, and you're being heard.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. With that, we'll take a break and go into special session. Thank you very much for your participation.
Commissioners, Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item number 7, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
all county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 7 to discuss and take appropriate action regarding the county's contract for professional services for a historical and architectural survey with Hardy Heckmore Incorporated, doing business as HHM.
Commissioner Pettis?
I move that the court affirm its previous decision that was made back in April and authorize the county judge to establish any necessary committees to work with our legal counsel in the city of El Paso to vet any of the outstanding issues that were discussed in executive session.
Before, are you going to second that? I'm sorry.
I'm going to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead, and then I'll speak.
Commissioner Leon.
I'll hold off. I'll just make my comment, then I'll hold off. One of the things that I mentioned to some members of the audience earlier today is that my dad retired from Sarco, and I remember as a kid in the 50s and 60s going over to the State National Bank where he cashed his check every Monday. And I used to be in awe of that building. Such a beautiful building. Still is. It's not used for those purposes, and I think we're losing out. I've always supported this survey. I'm 100% behind it. There's some issues that we discussed during the executive session that are still in the back of my mind. But before I second the motion or go any further, I'll yield the seat to you.
Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, judges. Again, I wanted to thank everybody for coming and supporting the agenda item. There are a couple of things that I wanted to point out to the court and of course to the folks here. I appreciate folks from the city coming. Sam, thank you for being here, and Ms. Foster, even though you didn't speak, thank you very much for being here. It's important for us to hear from you all as well. But I do think that I have some issues with some of the things that were said. I think that it's difficult for anybody to be able to prove that moving forward with this survey is going to have any negative effect or positive effect on any of the litigation that's going forward. And there was also something else that was brought up by the city that talks about saying that the city would have to adhere to regulations. The only regulation that you would have to adhere to is your own regulation. It's a city ordinance and a city regulation that requires any further notice or any further permissions be asked. It's not the actual National Register district nomination. It's the city's own ordinance that says if there is a National Register designation, then this ordinance goes into play. So that the onus is on you all as the city. If we end up going forward, the onus is on you all as a city to not, to change that regulation, to have your city council change that regulation or change that ordinance so that you are not affected by your own regulation. I think that we have, Judge, definitely since you've been on, you and Commissioner Robinson have been on the court, we've had many discussions about wanting to lead the way and how this is a perfect timing, a great opportunity for the county to start leading the way, just like they do in Bexar County, like they do in Harris County, and many of the other larger counties. It's time that the county be the leader in many of these areas, and one of those areas must be economic development. And we've discussed this in strategic planning, and I believe that we all agree. We work for the county, not the city. I need to make that very clear. It's important that we understand that we work for the county. Our fiduciary duty is to the county, not to the city. And we need to remember that when we're taking this type of vote. We don't have to abdicate our power to the mayor like the city council does. Okay? We don't have to do that because we're a separate body, and we can make our own decisions and be our own leaders and lead the way ourselves. And, you know, when the senator was here talking about, you know, what do we want for this city, or what are the things that we want? You know, I want there to be complete transparency and honesty about this process. You know, the statement from the DMD, I understand that there hasn't been a public process because we haven't gotten to that point yet. We have not gotten to that. That is part of this whole program. We just have not gotten to that point. I fully expect that if we move forward with this, then that we will be reaching out to every single downtown property owner, and we will work with the DMD to hopefully help us with that. I think that you've stated your willingness to do that, and that's part of this process. We couldn't move to that part yet because we had to do the survey first. The survey needed to be done to understand if we could even move forward. You have to do the survey, and you have to prove that you have at least 50% of the buildings within an area to be able to work towards the designation. And so the survey had to be done before we could move anything else. Now, the next step is to do more public outreach, have public meetings, and speak with the property owners and get their feedback and understand exactly how they feel about what we're trying to do here. But, you know, I also wanted to be, you know, very clear that, again, the National Register designation does not in itself create any further regulation. It's the city's ordinance. The onus is on the city. The city is the entity that if they don't want any further regulation upon their constituency, they must make the change. But as I said, I want there to be honesty, but I want the county to be a leader on this. We need to lead on this. You know, I want the children that grow up in this town, including my own, to have an identity, to say, you know what, I'm from El Paso, and this is why. This is who I am. You know, he wasn't born here, just like Mr. Kerry Whalen. You know, his kid was born in Kansas, mine in Oklahoma. You know, it's pretty close, but he's lived here since he's 2.5 years old, and I want him to have that identity about El Paso. And I want, when he goes out, when he's older, to be able to say, you know what, this is what El Paso is, and this is my identity. You know, I truly do want to work with the city and the DMD and the developers and the preservationists by creating this survey and having this inventory, and not the only benefit that's going to come out is not the fact that, you know, we create a district and we get more tourism and we, you know, are able to incentivize property owners to renovate their buildings, but we can actually finally sit down and have a conversation and say, look, people, we know that there's going to be development. We know that there's going to be growth. We know that there are going to be changes. So developers, tell us what your plans are. Preservationists, sit down at the same table and tell me what you think. What buildings can we get rid of? Because we can't save them all. That we have to be realistic about that. We cannot save them all. So this is the opportunity to sit down with the DMD, to sit down with the city, to sit down with the developers and the preservationists, and all at the same table, and have a plan and work on a strategy that is going to be beneficial for everybody. Giving and taking, compromising, instead of just blowing things up, preservationists get upset. Parking lot, old building turned into a parking lot here, upheaval here. That's not the way things should work. And this is part of that process. This is how we can remedy that. This is how we can go forward and as a community and truly work together. You know, I want this city and this county to be great. And part of that greatness is going to be heritage tourism. We're finally going to be able to sell this city and this county as one of the top destinations for heritage tourism if we do this. I want downtown to be as beautiful and as vital as possible. I've been a champion for downtown since I've been on this court, and I will continue to. I've voted for
for many buildings, many incentives, many important projects. This is the only project really that I've, that I've received any flack about. And this, we need to stop trying to cut off our nose to spite our faces. This is transformative. This is going to bring amazing things to our downtown. And we need to expand to the rest of the county as well. And I know that we've talked about it at Commissioners Court in the past, and we've discussed not just not just keeping it to downtown, but having an inventory of all of our historic assets and trying to create further historic districts, not just downtown, but in other areas, because there are a lot of them. And, I just want everybody to know how really special El Paso is. And I know for everybody in the crowd, that's why you're here, because in one form or another, El Paso is special to you, whether you were born here and raised here, whether you moved here, whether your parents moved you here when you were young. It's become a special place. And this is the epitome. This is how we show other people how special El Paso is. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Robinson.
We talk about leadership. Leaders lead by example. Especially we use, in fact, my compadres in the military know this phrase very well. You lead, you follow, or you get the heck out of the way. One expression I've used many times in the past is that you plan to fail, or you fail to plan. So I want to hope that as we move down the road, that we can all that we have the same objective. That we want to see El Paso be a leader in all aspects, as opposed to someone that follows someone else. So we're going to lead, follow, or we get the heck out of the way. So leadership is in the forefront. You step up and say, "I'm leading. We're leading." As an entity, the county as a government entity. Now, during my time on City Council, some of the comments have been made in regards to the difference of we move forward today or we wait till December. Many times in the past, a lot of misinformation has been disseminated. I can attest to that in retrospect. Some things I didn't know when I was on council that I didn't know, but later on I found out after the fact that we were given information. Sometimes information put out as far as what they want you to hear as opposed to what was real. So we don't know what's going to happen as far as Commissioner Stout, you indicated as far as the court action. Is it going to be a good thing, going to be a bad thing, or is the group out there, or are they using this as a tool towards their objective? Maybe, maybe not. But should we make our decision based on that? At this point in time, I say no. That we make a decision based on what we have before us today. So wait until December, or we'll go forward now. From my view, I don't see where it's going to make any difference. So from that standpoint, let's move forward. The best thing can happen is, I use the example of my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio. When I was a young person going to school, Cleveland was the largest city in the state of Ohio. And we had a motto called the best location in the nation. Well, things went bad as far as economically, and then our motto changed from the best location in the nation to the mistake on the lake. So I'm looking at it from a standpoint that I don't want us to make mistakes. As far as whatever direction that we go, that we make sure we're going the right direction and in the best direction. It's going to be in the best interest for all, not some, all. One comment that you made, Commissioner, in regards to The one thing that I advocated during my time on city council was when we made major decisions, that we bring everybody that's involved or affected to the same table at the same time. We got the city got a designation, which I was involved in 2010, where the city of El Paso got a designation of All-American City. The motto we had on our T-shirts was, "Have a seat at my table." So everyone was invited to sit at the same table at the same time and discuss. Now, you're never going to agree with everything. I don't agree with everything. But I want to make sure that we sit at the same table, we hear the pros and cons of whatever issue may be, and we make a decision. So, once again, Judge, I think we need to move forward.
Christina, get us up to speed on, is it my impression that the motion was similar to the one we made prior, or?
Vince has a motion, and
That's right.
there's a second, so we got to vote on that one
I'm
first.
That's
saying,
right.
was that the same as the one we had voted on before, or was there different verbiage?
No, so Commissioner Perez had made a motion to create the committee. I
Okay,
think
that's the difference.
Mr. Nava has the language for that specifically. Yes, and also to create a committee. And I believe that there was a second by Commissioner Leon when you were speaking. Is that correct?
I was just about to, but
Okay.
if you could just repeat that motion again with that additional language?
I was actually going to ask Commissioner Perez to
Sure.
restate that, please.
The motion is to reaffirm the decision of April 8th, but further authorize the county judge to establish any necessary committees with the city and legal counsel and any other parties to move forward to clarify many of the issues that were discussed in executive session.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
No.
Commissioner Robinson.
No.
Judge Samaniego.
No.
Motion carries. Actually, I'm sorry, the motion fails.
Another motion, Commissioner.
So I'm not sure how I need to word the motion to move forward.
To move forward with the survey, so Commissioner, if you want to move forward with the survey, as the item is read, it's to discuss and take appropriate action regarding the county's contract for professional services for historical and architectural survey with Hardy Heck and Moore, DBA HHM. If you want to move forward with the survey, because right now the court took action in April to suspend moving forward with the survey, your motion would be motion to send notice to Hardy Heck and Moore to lift suspension on the architectural survey and to continue with the survey.
And negotiate the new timelines.
Right.
We'll have to negotiate new timelines with Hardy Heck and Moore.
Okay.
And then we can go ahead and bring those back to the court.
Okay, and so moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
No.
Commissioner Leon.
No.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah, you want to do lunch break or?
We're going to take a half-hour lunch break
That's for half an hour.
for a lot of reasons. Thank you.
Recess for 30 minutes.
Recess, okay. Commissioners' Court will recess for 30 minutes.
all county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
all county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the counter facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, would you like to go down and take some items from Public Works?
Yes, we'll start with, what item is that, Cesar?
If we can do item number 10 very quickly.
Yes.
Item number 10 is to approve and authorize the county judge to sign amendment number 2 to owner-engineer agreement to contract with Moreno Cardenas Incorporated, MCI, for additional engineering services for the Hillcrest Center and Hillcrest Estate subdivision's first-time water system. No county funds are required. Contract number 2019-0400.
County Judge, Commissioners, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. It's my understanding that the department is requesting that this item be taken into executive session pursuant to 551.0725, which is contract negotiations. However, before doing so, the court needs to make a finding in open court that that it's permissible to go into closed session to deliberate on the financial and business issues relating to the contract under consideration. This contract is number 2019-0400, which concerns complex ongoing negotiations with the federal government, U.S. Department of Agriculture. The USDA funding component involves the use of loans to fund the project, including the contract modifications currently before the court. The North American Development has emerged as another potential funding surface. For those reasons, your legal advisor, Mr. Kevin McCary, has made the determination that deliberation in an open meeting concerning these business and financial issues relating to the negotiations on the RFP 17-03 would have a detrimental effect. And so it's for those reasons that I'm asking that the court to make a finding that that having an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the commissioner's court position in these negotiations, and all said deliberations take place in closed session, and that would be your motion. Can someone just make the motion?
I second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And then moving down to item number 13, Judge. Receive a presentation from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and El Paso Water, and take any appropriate action related to the Northwest El Paso, Texas feasibility study.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. This afternoon, I'd like to introduce Mr. Mark Doles and Mr. Hector Gonzalez. Mr. Mark Doles is the Chief of the Plan Formulation Section for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Albuquerque District, and Mr. Hector Gonzalez is the Government Affairs Manager for El Paso Water. They wanted the Corps and El Paso Water had requested to present to the Commissioners Court on an ongoing feasibility study that El Paso Water has funded to date in the northwest section of El Paso County related to certain stormwater improvements. This project has been presented to the county, and county staff has been involved in some of the preliminary meetings dating back to November of last year. And at this point, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and El Paso Water are requesting a financial partnership from the County of El Paso, as well as possibly the Village of Vinton, related to completing the feasibility study, which, once that is complete, would then make the project eligible for a congressional appropriation. It's important to note that it does not necessarily guarantee a congressional appropriation, but the study must be completed to ensure that that funding option becomes available. But with that, I will go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mr. Doles from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mark Doles again with Albuquerque District Corps of Engineers. We've been working for a little over 5 years with the utility on the Northwest El Paso feasibility study. Quick rephase, the feasibility, what we call a feasibility study is essentially just that. Is it feasible to find a constructible project that fits within the Corps' authorities for a cost share construction project? In this case, the authority is a congressionally specified authority for this particular study area. It consists of a 50-50 cost share through the feasibility study phase, and then a 65 federal, 35 non-fed construction cost share once that is completed. The feasibility phase is subject to approval through the Corps of Engineers. it'll be transmitted through Office of Management and Budget to Congress, and they will act on it to authorize the construction, and then it will find appropriation for those constructions. Okay. A quick overview. We'll go through how we chose the preferred plan, the alternatives, and the recommended plan. Like I said, we've been working on this study for about 5 years with the utility. The study area is the 11 to 14 arroyos, depending on how you define them. But it's a very complex system with the rainfall hitting the Franklin Mountains and draining to the west towards the Rio Grande, through the communities of both the unincorporated county, Canutillo, Vinton, Anthony, and Westway. Apologize for we're showing El Paso City going all the way to the state line on here, but El Paso's closer. The El Paso City line is obviously closer to Trans Mountain Road there. The rest of it being unincorporated county. So the problem here is, again, a very complex system with multiple arroyos draining the Franklin Mountains as a flash flood fashion, flooding these communities, including entering into the floodway or the Rio Grande River at the base of the hill. So our study is basically everything from the watershed of the Franklin Mountains to the Rio Grande. Next slide shows, these are just the color-coded, all the different watersheds that we were looking at. And we're just showing it up to I-10. Those obviously continue all the way to the river. And most of the populated area, or the area with structures that are being damaged by floodwaters on a very frequent basis, almost annual basis, are primarily currently from I-10 to the river, west towards the river. And most of the watersheds currently east of the river are unpopulated. So the problem that makes it so complex is that we have multiple sources of flooding impacting the same structures. All of those communities, many of the communities are being hit, like a single structure in that study area could be hit by flooding from multiple arroyos, with the worst problem being the corridor right along Highway 20 or Doniphan Drive in the railroad between the river and that flat valley bottom. Any one of those structures and commercial entities along that area are probably being hit by as many as 10 or 15 arroyos at any one time. So the problem being, if you do a solution on one arroyo, you're not solving the entire problem, is sort of the point of that. So we've been just studying it to a large degree, trying to determine how far that can be and what kind of a project can fit within that federal authority. This is another slide showing the complexities. What we're showing here is the various arroyos have different color-coded floodplains. When those waters come out of the channels and start to progress downstream overland, they're impacting a lot of structures, but you can see that there's a lot of overlap between those various arroyo floodplains. What's not showing up very well, but you can see is there's a sort of a gray-green strip right there along Doniphan Drive and the railroad, which is inundated. And again, almost every one of these arroyos can inundate that area. That's just a contributed floodplain from all of those areas, all of those arroyos, I'm sorry. These are 100-year or 1% ACE or 100-year floodplains from the arroyos. What we're showing here is anything in pink and red is a deeper, it's greater than 3 feet deep, so it tends to show where the channels are. The lighter blue and the darker blue are just water that's escaping from those channels and spreading out, either flowing downhill or spreading out into a floodplain. Those are making up our 1% or 100-year floodplains in the top end of the study area. We're starting from Anthony and moving south. This is area of Vinton to Canutillo. And you can see there's a large, shallower floodplain where the water's coming out of the channels. It's flowing downhill, but once it gets to the bottom of the hill along the Rio Grande and along Doniphan Drive, that's actually getting quite deep, greater than 5 feet deep. And the floodplains for the 10, 20, and 50 year are not drastically different from those. This is the southern end of the study area showing mostly Canutillo and El Paso. The relatively recent infrastructure that has been put in there, that diversion channel, you can see the water's very deep in the channel, but it's staying in channels. So the problems here are not the floodplains higher up the hill flowing across. They're actually that inundation at the bottom of the hill. It's just the capacity of the Rio Grande is not good enough to take that water and carry it downstream. So it's backwatering back into the study area, into those structures. We did a preliminary screening of alternatives where we've done essentially obviously the hydrology and hydraulics modeling that gave us the floodplains. We're incorporating that onto a structure inventory where we've evaluated the structures for value, the depth that the floods would be at those structures. We incorporate curves for contents of structures as well as vehicles. So we're kind of accounting for what is being damaged by these floodwaters. It's kind of like you would do for a FLOMAR or a FEMA floodplain, but in a much higher level of detail. And what we're using that information to do is basically look at how many structures are being impacted. That's what we'll call a federal interest determination. In this case, we're seeing upwards of 3,000 structures being impacted by floodwaters. There's, on an average annual basis, $10 million worth of damage is being done when we run those calculations for a 50-year period of analysis. We kind of average out all of those flood events and how many damages. Many of these structures are getting hit probably every other year at least. And then the 10-year to the 50-year to the 100-year are actually less frequent events, but much more damaging. And so our calculations are showing a significant amount of flooding in this area. What makes it even worse, as you gentlemen will well know, is that it's a flash flood type flood. There's no warning. The folks in Vinton will say, yeah, I see the flood, or I see the clouds on top of the Franklins, and they look at their watch and say in 15 minutes it'll be here. So they know it comes fast. It's very steep terrain, so it's bringing a lot of sediment in it. The sediment in these regions is not just sand, it's actually cobble. Some of you, I'm sure, have seen these types of events in the El Paso area. What we did is basically isolated each of those arroyos. It's not a realistic scenario that any one of those arroyos would run individually because the storm centering would be hitting multiple arroyos at the same time. But in order just to kind of tease out what are the problems, where are the big sources of flooding, we teased them out. We pulled out artificially, take each individual arroyo, calculate those damage estimates. What we're showing here is one of the arroyos just south of Vinton, in and of itself, would cause up to $32 million worth of damages in a 100-year event. Or I'm sorry, all events leading up to the 100-year event for a 50-year period of analysis. So if you just do the economic analysis, statistically, that's what it comes out to. When studying the entire study area, we looked at all these 14 arroyos. We did these analyses to see what damages are, and several arroyos come out as very damaging, very, very large arroyos causing a lot of damage. We're pointing those out here. Most of these, 45 is basically the arroyo on the south side. It goes through Westway and then continues through Vinton on the south side of Vinton, and then crosses Vinton Avenue and back to the river. 43 and 44 are the ones immediately south of that. These arroyos show, and like I said, in those figures there, 45 having, in a 50-year period analysis, almost $87 million worth of damages, total damages over a 50-year period of analysis. That is what we are using to compare a construction cost to. In the federal criteria, one of the primary federal criteria for participating in one of these studies is, or into a solution of a flood risk management project, is that the damages prevented are greater than the cost of the investment. So it becomes a benefit cost ratio, and these basically are benefit numbers that we're looking at. So these just gave us a good idea of where the primary biggest problems are. Let's focus on those, incrementally add solutions to solve other problems, and understand what the economic feasibility of the project is. We use that as a screening criteria to eliminate several of these arroyos. For the time being, we're not being looked at, just showing that there's really no way to, for instance, on Arroyo 47, $320,000 is not going to support very much construction. There's not many solutions that you could do to abate that sort of on a benefit cost ratio or an efficiency basis. What that left us is the green bar, or the green circle, is essentially the area that, as it turns out, we're focusing on after eliminating those other arroyos. And again, our initial estimate, using some rough costs to do initial screening of alternatives, is if we eliminated the entire floodplain. What we're showing is Arroyo 45 here. On the left, you see the floodplain as it is. And on the right, if you eliminate flooding altogether, you can see the black outline of where the floodplain used to be. So you can see a very large floodplain has been eliminated. The flooding has been eliminated by building a dam upstream, controlling the flows, releasing it in a non-damaging flow rate so it stays in the channel, gets to the river over a period of days instead of hours. We used some rough costs of a $25 million dam for that size, along with some channel improvements that would be required downstream, $34 million. And we know that based on that earlier analysis that we have annualized benefits of annually $2.36 million annualized. It comes out to a BC ratio of 9-to-1. So those are kind of what we're looking at, just to test, will this project, is there a project that will fit within the federal framework for participation in this type of a solution. And we're doing this based on our Sparks Arroyo sort of lessons learned, is let's not create this large, elaborate flood risk solution that's not justified. Let's take it incrementally, take it slowly, and look at everything. So we found the biggest problem was Arroyo 45 that goes through from the county into the town of Vinton. A lot of damages, a lot of infrastructure problems, a lot of crossings that have to be cleaned up after a floods. That one has a strong benefit cost ratio. The next biggest one is the Arroyos 44 and 43, and this one provided an opportunity where we could actually add a single structure to capture both arroyos, so we could be a little bit more efficient of capturing water. Again, some channel improvements, but it's primarily based on detention structures in the upper part of the watershed, just upstream of I-10, to capture water, release it in a non-damaging flow rate, and detain it for about 2 to 3 days, very much like the various dry dams we see around the city now. So as part of the feasibility study, we'll come up with alternatives, not only to look at, hey, what's the best bang for the buck, what's the best, what we call the National Economic Development Plan, which is which one maximizes the net benefits. So per the cost, it's not the best, may not be the best BCR, but you're helping more and more people, and it's still efficient. You're still above that benefit cost ratio. We came up, alternative one is a dam on Arroyo 45, alternative B being the dam on Arroyo 33 and 44, and then alternative C is just combining those two alternatives together. This is a diagram showing the orange and the yellow diagrams are basically a topo of what the dam would look like in those areas and where they would be located. So you can see the Arroyo 45 structure is above Westway, would control floods coming from the Franklins and release it slowly. There is a couple small sections of channel modifications that were required downstream in order to keep the dam size a little bit smaller, but also to control those erosion rates. And then Arroyos 43, you can see there how the dam actually captures both arroyos and takes care of both those problems with one structure. And what that leaves is there's a small unnamed middle arroyo, we called it, in the middle that has a very small floodplain and very few structures below it, but we'll see that in the floodplains up next. So in this diagram, the triangles represent those two structures. You can see below those structures there's either in blue or pink, there's a channel, but none of that big blue fan showing that floodplain going down. And in the next thing, this is without that structure, what those floodplains look like. So I'll back up. This is with the project and floodplains eliminated, and without the projects, what those floodplains look like. So there's a large community, a large number of structures that are being removed from a floodplain. Unfortunately, that floodplain, like we were talking about that's in the red in this diagram along the river and Donovan Drive, the scale of this map is kind of hard to see. That is a fairly narrow strip there along Donovan Drive and the railroad, and there's several commercial properties in there, several residential properties. Those would still be impacted by the neighboring arroyos. This slide shows our initial benefit cost ratios. First cost, various items for cost. Towards the bottom of the table is the equivalent average annual benefits, and probably what to look at is the benefit cost ratio between the two gray lines. For alternative A, which is Arroyo 45 only, it's 1.3. So 1.3 benefits to 1 for the cost. Alternative B is 1.8. If you combine the two into an alternative, it's a larger plan, has a intermediate benefit cost ratio of 1.4, but you have at that bottom row, you see that the net benefits are going up. You're helping more and more people by spending a little bit more money, or a lot more money, depending on how it is. As you can see, the alternative A is approximately $32 million plan. The alternative B, which is the structure on Arroyo 43, 44, is a $22 million structure, and those costs on the alternative C are essentially additive. So you do both of those together. The sizing we have currently is that the detention structure on Arroyo 45 is for the 100-year event. The detention structure on 43 captures the 1% out of Arroyo 43, but on Arroyo 44, it's the 25-year event. Rather large structures, obviously a significant cost for our estimates. So in the feasibility phase, we're basing these cost estimates on very limited engineering design. It's a lot of quantities, but very little specific design. Hesitate to put sort of a percentage of design on, but it's probably less than 65% design. The intent of this is to identify environmental impacts, come up with a cost estimate, a reasonable cost estimate, so that when this goes to Congress, it's basically been cleared for environmental purposes. There's is or isn't any mitigation. We don't anticipate any mitigation for Fish and Wildlife on this project, and this would represent the cost that we'd forward to Congress, saying if you appropriate this much, we'll go into design and design it to, basically construction level in the next phase after appropriation. So the remaining steps we have in the feasibility study phase is, again, we've evaluated environmental impacts for all the various alternatives. We still have to do a public review process, go through the process to finalize that. We're going to be doing a peer review, as well as a policy review at the same time we're doing a public review. We will probably look at those alternatives. Optimization means that we look at the different sizing of those dams. There may be a higher net benefits to be achieved if we just adjust the dam sizing up or down a little bit. We have additional geotechnical analysis that'll be going with that. Primarily what we're shooting at is this report, once it's cleared the environmental or the environmental compliance steps, it's basically making its way to the chief of engineers who recommends that project to Congress for authorization. We are right now in on the federal side, we're in a pause for funding. We've not received funding on this project since 2016, but we've been working on carryover funds. And then we're kind of at a pause where we've run out of funding or we've requested funds in the 2020 budget. So we're anticipating if and when we get a budget for the 2020 fiscal year, resuming this study and proceeding, with these assumptions, proceeding to a chief's report in July 2022. So the rest of the phase will be from essentially April 20 for 2 more years to July 2022. On this project, this doesn't capture the total funds expended to date, but we've expended a little over $2 million, of which it's been a 50-50 cost share. So the El Paso Water Utility has provided a little over $1 million for that cost share. We're anticipating $1.5 million to complete the study. There is a small portion of that money, $150,000, that is it's not cost share, it's a total federal cost. But so that just makes those cost shares, the non-federal funding going forward would be $700,000, $701,000. We would anticipate that in fiscal year 2020, we would anticipate needing a non-federal cost share of $602,000 in order to make up that almost $1.4 million to finish that part of the study. And then incrementally in those time periods in 2021 or January 21, there's another approximately $100,000. All that project, that report is going to the chief through various reviews and routing and then going to Congress. Under this time frame, that July 2022, we would miss the upcoming WRDA bill, but we would probably be in line for appropriation during if the Congress chose to approve or approve our cost estimate and provide appropriations would be in the next water resources bill, probably in 2022. We might miss that cycle. We'd be shooting for that 22 WRDA bill to get a construction fund started, but that is up to Congress to actually authorize the project and appropriate for it. With that, I'm open for questions.
Commissioner Robinson?
This is just to address you talk about the Westway invention. In the meantime, you have any recommendations that we could do to, I won't say eliminate, but to mitigate some of the drainage issues that we have from the arroyos?
Based on these analysis, and I kind of alluded to it, probably didn't point it out specifically, is that there's it's the same floodplain, but the commingled floodplain along Donovan Drive. Again, you would have to do a comprehensive, large project for all of those arroyos in order to completely eliminate flooding along there. And that water's not coming from the river, it's coming from the Franklins.
Right.
Probably the best approach to that would be similar to what I believe the city and the county has done so far. In some places, they've bought out some properties to put in some of that stormwater infrastructure. Removing some of those structures from the floodplain would probably be a little more effective than trying to stop all 14 flow paths from coming down, just because of the size of size of the project, size of the problem. That floodplain along Donovan Drive doesn't take a huge volume of water to fill it up. The river doesn't have enough capacity to take all that water from all those arroyos flow in at the same time and carry it south. So we can have a problem right there. So I think a solution that looks at removing some of those structures from the floodplain, similar to what's been done there along the more recent construction and stormwater infrastructure that's been in the Canutillo area, similar to that. On the one slide that shows that Canutillo area, we still have a deep floodplain. You can see that, but you don't have those shallow floodplains uphill of that. So they're able to keep that water in a channel, but it's still causing problems down at the bottom of the hill. So that would be my recommendation, is trying to look at ways to prevent, definitely prevent any further development in that floodplain, but also maybe trying to pull some of that back and maybe evacuate that floodplain.
Well, there's some, we were out in the Benton Westway area this past week. There are some developments, houses that are directly in line with the floodplain. Some of the land is private land, but then also at the same time, there's some of the land that belongs to the PSB. Like some of the projects that we had in northeast El Paso, where the arroyo impacted a neighborhood. Mm-hmm. We looked at building a retaining pond to capture the water where it otherwise will, like in this one case in Westway, the lady's house and a rock wall is right in line with the floodplain. So when the water comes down, like you say, off the mountain, right into her backyard,
right,
knock a wall out, and eventually it could totally destroy a house. Mm-hmm. So what will be the cost as a temporary measure to do some of the retaining ponds, capture the water, the flow of the water coming down, the impact directly on people's residence?
Some of the what we did is looked at channel improvements along Arroyo 45. Out of the $32 or $34 million cost, about $9 million of that was channelization, and it's very similar to what the county's already done under the master plan. We looked at obviously the same areas or the same places we identified as being problems with constrictions on the channel, and those were the ones we were trying to fix to get to a solution. Without an upstream detention structure, those channel fixes probably won't contain the less frequent, the bigger events, but they'll actually, the more events you can keep in channel, the less maintenance and less, obviously it doesn't come into people's yards, and if it's not coming over roadways, there's a lot less life safety risk in that case. So the channel improvements, very much like what was identified in the county's master plan, all of those solutions are definitely worth going after. What we found is that there's a very large flood problem in this area. I mean, the residents are already aware of that, but there's a potential for very large floods in these areas. A lot of structures are being impacted, and with the flood waters coming so fast, laden with so much sediment, it actually represents kind of a fairly dangerous situation as well.
What about building some barriers?
The barriers, so we're talking basically, they'd have to be levees. They'd have to be something on order of what the IBWC has proposed along the river in those areas. They would be very large structures, and based on the depths that we see down in the Donovan Drive area, they'd be fairly small, maybe 4 or 5 foot berms upstream just to contain all that water in one channel. But once you get down to the bottom of the hill, they would probably be very large structures. And you just don't have the real estate. It's one of the early solutions we kind of looked at to see, hey, can we do this? The other problem with keeping all that water in the channel is you move it downstream faster if you keep it all contained in that channel. And the folks at the bottom of the hill, you're just transferring the risk from upstream to downstream at that point. And so that's why we really focused on detention upstream.
Judge, Commissioners, just to keep us germane to the item. So the ask before the Commissioners Court this afternoon is for that $701,000. That would potentially be split between the county and the Village of Vinton. Commissioner Robinson, related to some of the related projects that you've described and that Mr. Doles has mentioned. Mr. Gonzalez from El Paso Water just mentioned that there's potential for the county to work in collaboration with El Paso Water, perhaps on in the upcoming work authorization with the Army Corps of Engineers to include some of these smaller support projects. But the scope of this project specifically is 2 large earthen dams, very large. You can see it on the map a few slides ago. Those are what is proposed to be constructed. The feasibility study helps to ensure that the projects become eligible for congressional appropriation. As compared to the county's Sparks Arroyo projects, these projects do have a higher cost-benefit ratio, which positions them in a better to secure federal funding. But there are other projects which traditionally have higher cost-benefit ratios as well that are also competing for the same funding. So these projects are a little more better positioned than Sparks Arroyo was for the for the members of the court who recall the county's work on that. But they are still not. But there are still other projects that typically have a higher cost-benefit ratio. But all that being said, this is all a matter of congressional appropriation. So lower projects may receive funding. It's just really a matter of the ability to lobby members of Congress to ensure that these projects would be included in an upcoming appropriations bill. That $701,000 again could potentially be shared between the county and the Village of Vinton. The Army Corps of Engineers would require the funding, a bulk of it, in April of 20, which means that the court would have to, if the court decides to express this commitment today to the Corps and to El Paso Water, that $701,000 would need to be accounted for in the upcoming fiscal year 20 budget. So,
now, do you have a estimated or prorated cost? Do you, City of Benton, what would be their share of the
right. So I'm not sure what I'm not sure if the water El Paso Water, or the Corps have reached out to the Village of Vinton. The benefit is roughly split between Westway and Vinton. Recognizing the county as a larger agency, we could look at covering a larger percentage of that, but at this time, there's no cost-benefit breakdown. That's something that we can engage the Village of Vinton with as well, but to recognize that the village has budgetary restraints as well. And this isn't necessarily a guarantee for funding. This is just to make sure that these projects would potentially be eligible for funding. And then if funding is awarded, both design and construction carry about a 65 federal to 35% local breakdown. And that 35% would be the responsibility of all the local agencies, which would include El Paso Water, the county, and the Village of Vinton.
Okay.
So what exactly do you need? Do you need a specific dollar amount, or just the general that we're seeking to participate, and then we'll work out the cost ratio or the cost split later? Right. So I believe the El Paso Water and the Army Corps of Engineers need a letter of intent that the county is willing to participate in this ongoing study process, and then at that point, if it would be up to the $701,000 to evaluate whether or not the Village of Vinton wanted to participate in any amount. And we can reach out to the Village of Vinton and request that they, consider funding a portion of this
feasibility study afterwards. But really, it's the court's decision on the amount. If you wanted to say a 50-50 split, you could commit to 50-50, and then we could then send the message to the Village of Vinton that if they would have to come up with funding their half of the project or whatever ratio the court or amount the court felt comfortable with.
So right now, you're just asking for a commitment.
Yes, but then also recognizing that this would affect the fiscal year 20 budget because these funds would need to be identified in fiscal year 20. There's potential for these funds to come out of the annual penny that the court funds stormwater design, but also recognize that next, in December of this coming calendar year, we will complete the update to the 2010 County Stormwater Master Plan. And at that point, we'll be looking to begin design on a number of projects because we'll have had projects prioritized on the cost-benefit analysis. So we do want to ensure that there's funding available for that as well.
And actually, a clarification on that on the federal side, we are putting in our request, just like everybody else does, for federal funding for next year. It's not a guarantee that the federal will have that cost match, our $700,000. These are, we'll have more clarity on that once Congress acts on an appropriation bill next year or for the next fiscal year. There is some, uncertainty about whether we would get that funding or not. But we are going to continue to pursue this project so long as there's a willing sponsor. We understand there's a lot of folks that are in dire need of some solutions. This is an opportunity for a large federal cost match to do a large project. And then, like you said, sir, to maybe pursue these other projects on a smaller basis or a local basis.
It is a major issue in those areas, and they need to be addressed. You mentioned the stormwater portion that the county has, but also the fact that the water utilities has a stormwater fee and a budget for that. So when you look at the cost and the cost factor, would we be eligible to receive some of the funding from the stormwater, the water utilities?
No, so this project falls completely in the unincorporated area of the county, and so as a result, the city of El Paso's El Paso Water Utility Public Service Board has no fee in that area. So the project cost for design and construction would require local match from the county and the Village of Vinton.
Okay.
So if what is the total project cost, Mr. Doles, for both projects?
The preferred plan, the federal plan at least, and we went through this, was $54 million.
Right. So the $54 million roughly translates to about $38 million in funding that $18 million that the county would potentially be responsible for. To fund $54 million, the county would be responsible for about 35% of that, or just roughly about $18 million.
And to go with that, the lands that are used for the project, those are part of that cost match. Utility relocations, administrative fees for the real estate acquisition, that sort of thing is part of that cost match. I believe we only require 5% cash if those other value of the other items that the local sponsor is providing makes up the cost difference.
So you said that the total commitment from the county would be $18 million.
Right. If the project received federal funding, that would be potentially the maximum commitment from the county and the Village of Vinton. So at $18 million.
Total.
Total, yes, sir, which would potentially be split between El Paso Water, County of El Paso, and the Village of Vinton.
Okay.
The County Attorney's Office just respectfully requested that we make sure that we stay germane to the topic. And so if there's any questions specifically related to the request from the El Paso Water to Army Corps of Engineers on this project, happy to make sure that we entertain those questions. But as far as action, it would just be to provide El Paso Water and the Army Corps of Engineers a notice of intent that the county is a willing sponsor up to a certain dollar amount, up to the whole amount if the court so wishes. And then we can, if that's the route, we can then ask the Village of Vinton to participate with us. Otherwise, if the court felt that they wanted to just fund half of it, it would be $350,500. And we can then send that commitment to El Paso Water and the Army Corps of Engineers and the Village of Vinton and see if the village would be willing to make up the remaining portion or any amount between those two figures. It's for the court to determine.
But the 350,000 hypothetically doesn't obligate us to the larger 18 million or so that you cited.
No, so that's still contingent upon federal funding. This is just so that the county can play the game potentially as an emerging project sponsor on this. And then the study is completed, and then if the project becomes available once the study is completed, the project is eligible for congressional appropriation, but it's important to note it does not guarantee a congressional appropriation.
There have been previous instances where we funded on the east side some of this research, and then it never was able to come to fruition because the cost-benefit analysis, I believe, didn't show the value in doing the projects. Correct, Jose?
Right.
Exactly. We're at the same stage that Sparks Arroyo and Horizon City was several years ago, where we had the benefit cost ratio. We came to the sponsor, the county, saying it's not very strong. It may not compete well for funds. We have a decision to proceed forward or stop the study at this time, and the county chose to stop.
Jose, is there any reason why we didn't go to Vinton, at least so we could make a better decision as to where they were at? Why that information is not for us here at this time?
So we, given that El Paso Water and the Army Corps of Engineers were requesting this of Vinton and the county, we were only presenting what the potential would be for the county. The Village of Vinton has been in the meetings and they've been aware. I'm not sure as to what outreach the El Paso Water has conducted with the Village of Vinton. I can't speak to that. I just know that this is sort of where we are. We made sure that we would have the item on the Commissioner's Court for this meeting to discuss this presentation, given that it involved travel from the Corps of Engineers out of the Albuquerque District Office.
Well, if we don't address it now, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. So I'd like to move that we support the effort.
Mr. Leon?
Jose, if, let's say we were to participate and our portion was 400,000 and the Congress approves that particular project, does that 400,000 go into the ultimate cost?
No, so this is the 701,000 is just the amount to get us to complete the study. And then the potential 18 million would be the match for the design and construction of these facilities.
Just to play the game.
Yes, sir. And it's important to note that El Paso Water is not requesting the county continue it. The El Paso Water initiated this as a project sponsor, and at this point, for this project to continue, El Paso Water has made a determination that they've spent the maximum that they would like to spend on this project, and they'd like to ask for the participation and partnership from the county and the Village of Vinton. So it would be then if we decided to, as the county, move forward with this, it would be incumbent upon us to reach out to the Village of Vinton and determine if they had an interest in partnering and funding that 701,000, further potentially more once the design and construction funds became available, if this did receive a congressional appropriation.
Jose, could we go into approve this, but contingent on negotiations with Vinton?
I believe so. Ms.
Yes.
Sanchez, would that be acceptable?
That's fine.
So,
So can I make that motion, Christina?
So the motion might, help me out here.
the motion would be to provide notice to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that the county is willing to sponsor the completion of the feasibility study for the Northwest Feasibility Project in an amount not to exceed $701,000, contingent upon negotiating a cost share with the Village of Vinton.
That would be the motion.
I make that motion.
Second.
Before the court votes on that, I do want to clarify, the court is proposing that this be funded out of the penny that we've set aside for, or the funding that we've set aside for stormwater.
Award, yes.
Right. But it shouldn't be up to the 701,000. Ideally, it'd be like half, right?
Right. Well, and so we'll bring that information back in a couple of weeks, and then if the court ultimately decides that the breakdown between the partnership between Village of Vinton and the county is not to the courts, is not on the court's terms, then we can then just provide a notice to the Corps that we will not be interested any longer, right? But this is just to capture that, to recognize that that's the full amount, and that we're going to be negotiating with the Village of Vinton on cost sharing that amount. And we can provide further notice once we have the dollar amount from Village of Vinton, if they're willing to partner, to the Corps of Engineers, let them know that they should expect X from the county and Y from the Village of Vinton.
Well, let's try to go with Y and they pick up the X.
And then I guess the motion, the amendment, as directed by Mrs. Keller, would be to include that the funding in the FY20 budget be out of the 1 penny stormwater tax.
Okay. So we've got a motion.
Yes.
And a second.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing it. I hope we continue our good relationship.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Try.
Good move.
Judge, at this point, would you like to move into executive session?
Yes.
Or did you? Yes? Okay. Commissioners, Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 24A, 24B, and item number 10 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.0725. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 10, approve and authorize the county judge to sign amendment number 2 to owner-engineer agreement to contract with Moreno Cardenas Incorporated, MCI, for additional engineering services for the Hillcrest Center and Hillcrest Estate subdivision's first-time water system. No county funds are required. Contract number 2019-0400.
Judge Commissioner Sosel Landeros, Director of Planning and Development, we respectfully request this item be postponed for 2 weeks till the July 1st meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Perez has stepped out of the meeting. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 25. Receive a presentation and take appropriate action related to utilization of county resources to respond to the release by ICE of migrant children and families.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioner Sosel Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. This item before you this afternoon is related to a proposal to provide transit shuttle service to support various nonprofit organizations in the community who are currently dealing with the significant increase in refugee and migrants in the El Paso community as those individuals are released from the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Federal Agency. To provide some context, earlier this calendar year, Annunciation House requested El Paso County's assistance along with other agencies in providing transportation services for migrants through various hospitality centers that are operated throughout the community and then to the airport and to the Greyhound station as those individuals were ready to depart the community. The Commissioners Court requested more information about providing the specific organization with assistance and staff put together this presentation that has since been updated. Related to the current county transit fleet, we currently have 20 15-passenger vehicles within the fleet. We daily require 16 of those to operate all of the county's service routes, all 5 routes, including additional backup buses, which allows us to have 4 buses that are currently not in use and available for service. Currently, our vendor for providing the commuter transit service for the County of El Paso is First Transit Incorporated. The way that this works is the county actually owns the buses, but First Transit operates our county fleet vehicles on our behalf. First Transit also coordinates and provides dispatch service and routing information, so if ever there was a change in route, that would actually come from our vendor and not necessarily from county staff. However, the county does retain the authority to direct our vendor to make any modifications or provide any additional service as directed by the county. Currently, First Transit provides this service at a cost of approximately $64.43 per hour. At this point, I will go ahead and turn this presentation over to Ms. Erica Rosales, Assistant County Attorney with the El Paso County Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Jose. Judge Commissioners, Erica Rosales, Assistant County Attorney. Our office was tasked with analyzing whether it was in the county's authority, legal authority, to assist Annunciation House with transportation services for these migrants, as Jose stated. And so there's two parts to this analysis. The first part is that the county is a subrecipient of Federal Transit Administration funds, or FTA funds. And so in reporting to the FTA, there's just certain regulations we have to meet. So within the FTA regulations, the FTA does allow complementary transit service, such as a service that, the type of service that we're presenting today. So within the service, it has to be to serve a program purpose of the FTA. The program purpose could fall within the guidelines of serving human service agencies, the elderly, individuals with disabilities, or low-income individuals. And so we feel that offering transportation services to the migrant community falls within a lot of these categories, but primarily in the category of low-income individuals. So we do feel it is within the FTA regulations for us to be able to go ahead and offer this complimentary transit service. Secondly, the county retains authority to offer shuttle service with the same public purpose and controls used for any other county services offered. So as far as public purpose is concerned, it is, the public purpose can be identified by the court in its discussions of this item. But secondly, as far as control is concerned, when we think about control, it's generally a contract that we have in place to ensure that public funds are being used according to the public purpose that you identify. And so the county already has a contract in place with our vendor, which is First Transit, Inc. And so we can implement new shuttle service through this contract, new complimentary shuttle service through this vendor that we have been working with since 2014. As Jose mentioned, they have their own operators, they have a system in place, and they could potentially be using the county shuttles to offer this service. So to conclude, our analysis provides that we think it's within the county's legal authority to offer this service to the migrant community.
Commissioner Robinson.
How do you find low-income personnel? How do you find low-income personnel?
Sorry, how do you find low-income?
How do you define?
How do you define it?
Yes.
I don't have the FTA regulations printed out for me. I imagine it's gauged depending on the federal poverty level, is my assumption, but I don't know specifically how that is defined in their regulations.
Could you get that to me?
Give you the FTA regulations?
Could you get that information to me?
Oh, sure, yes.
And then the other, how do you define gift of service?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
How do you define
gift of service?
So gifts of service?
Gift of service.
So complimentary shuttle service? Is that what you mean? Or?
There's a legal term, gift of service.
Okay.
How do you define that?
Well, in this context, I'm talking about complimentary shuttle service as defined just by the FTA, which is essentially a service where you do not charge fare to a passenger and you being the county, does not receive funding to offer that service to a passenger. Does that answer your question?
And I think the question maybe can be elaborated on in terms of when you're describing gift of service, a public purpose, in other words, what permits the county then to provide certain services or funds that maybe traditionally the Commissioner's Court doesn't enter into for its own contract for services and such. And so, as Ms. Rosales had indicated earlier, the public purpose in providing this is something that the court would need to define. However, what the court has considered in the past when these discussions have taken place in open session have been as it pertains to the health, wellness, and safety of the community, especially in light of recent months where we saw an increase of these individuals that were being left or dropped off here in not only the city of El Paso, but El Paso County as well, that created some challenges for the community to meet. And therefore, in defining and looking at those issues that come with safety for these individuals that are out there, for our law enforcement that perhaps needs to go out there and provide for the safety of not only our community residents with this increase of individuals, but also for the safety of those individuals that are here, falls within the purview of a public purpose for the court to consider if you wish to.
Okay, I understand that, but still would like to get, if you get the information as far as low-income personnel and the definition of how you define gift of service.
Based on that information, staff worked on updating the budget estimates that had previously been presented to the Commissioners Court a few months ago, and looked at what the cost would be for operating a single vehicle for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can see based for about 6 months or 182 days. You can see here that the slide presents information that this service would cost $47,000 and could be accomplished by utilizing the current vendor that the county has to operate its commuter service, commuter route services. However, in discussing the proposed service proposal, with Annunciation House, there's actually a request to look at operating a single vehicle for 8 hours per day. Based on that $47,000 figure would increase approximately to about $94,000 for 6 months. Which is well within the amount that the Commissioners Court has appropriated, which is $100,000 for support of migrant services in the community in fiscal year 19. It's important to note that there is currently no capacity to fund any of these services out of existing 5311 Federal Transit Administration funds. So this $94,000 would need to be appropriated out of the general fund for the service to be provided. And as the important thing here is that we can coordinate with this organization, any other organizations who are offering similar service to adjust based on availability, based on any surges in service, any surges in population, any significant decreases in refugees being released into the community by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And so based on that, we can proceed with any really service level that organization or any other partner or similar organization requests. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that the court may have.
So I'll go ahead and move to approve the allocation of $100,000. This should be the $100,000 that we set aside for immigrant services that we have discussed in the past, and for it to be utilized over the next 6 months to provide transit for the migrant community that we're discussing.
And Commissioner, I believe that motion would need to include a finding that there is a public purpose in providing the service. So ask that language also be.
So the public purpose would be has to do with public safety, well-being within the community.
Second.
And before the court votes on that, I know you have a motion and a second on the floor. I do believe there's a member of the public, Judge, that also wants to speak on this item.
Is there somebody signed up?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Javier Bañales has signed up for you.
Yes, Mr. Bañales, you want to come up, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, my name is Javier Bañales. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Project Amistad, and I congratulate the county for taking this action, or for hopefully taking this action. You know, when there are crises that happen in our community, many times the social service agencies step up to the plate immediately, simply because many times they have the resources, and as part of the social corporate responsibilities, we reach out to provide support services in our community. Our agency, Project Amistad, has been providing this transportation for the last approximately 5 or 6 months. We were called upon as a member of VOED. I don't know if you're familiar with VOED, Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters. This is a national organization that was established after 9/11. And part of the reason the main reason it was established is because after 9/11, it was evident that there was not a lot of communication, coordination among the social service organizations in New York City. And as a way to address this nationwide, VOED was established. Here in El Paso, VOED, Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters, was established, and we've been called upon at various times to provide service to the community when there was a crisis or a challenge that hit our community. Our agency participated in providing transportation to refugees from New Orleans when Katrina hit about 12 years ago. Our buses were at the airport. We transported refugees to the Civic Center, helped process them, and then transported them to the various housing locations where they were housed temporarily. A few years ago, about 8 or 9 years ago, you might recall that there was a breach at a canal on the area of Delta and Alameda, property that a responsibility of the Boundary and Water Commission, International Boundary and Water Commission. But nonetheless, when it happened, we were called upon to provide transportation to persons who were flooded out of their community. And indeed, our buses were there to provide transportation to them to buy groceries, to get them to temporary housing locations. We did the same thing in the Upper Valley. It was interesting that there was a presentation here about flooding in the Upper Valley. About 6, 7, 8 years ago, there was extreme flooding in the Upper Valley. Some of the communities up there were flooded completely, and they did not have access to school or to go and shop. And so until the community was able to provide transportation back and forth, our agency was there providing transportation to those individuals so that they could go to, again, whether it was kids to school or to doctor's appointments or to buy groceries. Well, most recently, as I mentioned, since December, our agency, as part of the Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters, was asked to provide transportation because we could marshal our resources immediately. And so we started doing this. We've transported close to 3,000 persons over the last 6 months from where they're staying temporarily through coordination with Anunciación House. And we transported them to the airport or to the bus station from where they took off to their destination. So it is something that is needed, and I do hope that the county would approve this because it's something that is certainly a need in our community. And so our agency, like I said, we provided transportation for about the last 6 months, about 3,000 individuals. It's cost us about $20,000 in terms of fuel, driver time, because obviously we have to pay our drivers, especially because a number of them were transporting refugees on Saturdays and on Sundays. We were doing 4 or 5 trips on a Sunday, and of course that's overtime pay that we have to provide. So anyway, that's something as part of our corporate social responsibilities that Project Amistad does in our community. And so I do hope that the court will approve this so that henceforth, because we did inform Anunciación House that we would not be able to continue the service as of June 14th because we reached about the $20,000 mark that we had allocated. These, by the way, came from funds that we raised from the community. None of it is contract monies that we receive from the different funding sources that we have. So it was money that we collect that are raised through the community, which we can allocate as undesignated funds. But $20,000 is about the most we could do for this project. So just wanted to share that with the court. Thank you.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Bañez, before you sit down, I was not aware that you were involved in this, and I really appreciate your company, your stepping up and helping out. I don't think I ever read any publication indicating that you were involved.
Well, we were involved through VOED, Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters. So we meet periodically whenever there's a crisis or a situation like that. Salvation Army, American Red Cross, the Cities 211, ourselves, a lot of faith-based organizations. And so when there's a situation like that arises, there's an effort to marshal the resources within our community. We could provide that support to this situation. Mr. Garcia, Ruben Garcia from Anunciación House, of course, contacted us, and through our collaborative with the Volunteer Organizations Active in Disasters, we began providing that in December, gradually building it up because we had to reschedule our transportation services. Since we transport persons with dialysis, we transport about 600 persons a day here in El Paso County to dialysis or to doctor's appointments or for medication. But of course, it took us a little bit of time to reschedule our services and also to make sure that we were able to have the drivers available. Sometimes we were transporting them at 6 o'clock in the evening, 7 o'clock in the evening to the airport. And, it takes a little bit of time to go through that whole process. But we were there as part of, again, our social corporate responsibilities as a nonprofit agency.
Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you so much.
Judge, can I say something as well?
Commissioner Stott?
Yeah, and thank you, sir, for your help in this. And this is kind of a result of work that the county's been been trying to do with this situation. We originally reached out to Annunciation House back in October, November, to try and understand how the county could help. At that point in time, we were made to understand that they didn't want public funding, that they were okay. But at that point in time, we were only getting 100 to 120 refugees a day. Fast forward to probably February, March, you see this huge influx. Again, we approached the Annunciation House and asked how we could help, and they told us they needed help with coordination of volunteers. And so we decided to take $20,000 and give it to the United Way to help pay for a volunteer coordinator position. That money has been given back to us because they have procured those funds through private donations, and so again, we've heard some people asking, well, where's the county? Why isn't the county helping out with this? And we want to make sure that people understand we have been very involved over the last eight or 9 months since this latest surge began, and this is another step that we're willing to take in order to help with this problem. I think that we are all very, very aware of how much this community has come together and how much time and volunteerism and donations and just compassion that have come from the community, and I really think it says a lot, and we want to make sure that we're helping as well. And so we wanted to figure out, we've had $100,000 in our budget for immigrant services since basically since October of last year, since this fiscal year began, and we had been looking at spending it in a number of different ways. We had conversations not too long ago about where we might want to spend it, and we talked about wanting to help with this current crisis that's been manufactured by the federal government right now. And so this, I think, is a good way to expend those monies, and hopefully in the future, in a future budget, we can allocate more for further services to the migrant and community, and to be as welcoming as we possibly can here in El Paso. So I think we have a motion and a second already.
And just to be clear for the record, just if I make sure that we capture the motion correctly, the motion was to approve the up to $100,000 for a period of no more than 6 months for complimentary transportation shuttle services to serve migrants and refugees in the El Paso community, with the public purpose finding that by doing so ensures the health, safety, and wellness of the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
This brings us back to item number 8 from Judiciary and Corrections. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Second Amendment for School Attendance Improvement Project Grant, S&T, Community and Schools under the Texas Juvenile Justice Detention Grant T on behalf of the El Paso County Juvenile Probation Department for intensive case management services for youth ages 12 through 16 in the amount of $103,977 from September 1st, 2018 through August 31st, 2019. Funding is available in Texas Juvenile Justice Department grants. Contract number 2019-0304.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Arlette Franco Punches, and I'm from the El Paso County Juvenile Justice Department. I'm here today to request approval on the Second Amendment for the School Attendance Improvement Project, Grant S&T Communities and Schools. We're requesting approval for the amount of the funds being awarded to communities and schools for the year 2019 from $88,894 to $103,977. This amount, for this, CIS will be using the funding to incorporate a home-based component at Riverside Middle School and a restorative discipline component at Parkland Middle School. The additional funding will add a restorative component to Isleta Middle School to their intensive case management services for youth ages 12 to 16. These services are designed to educate and promote increased skills for program participants in an effort to increase attendance days at schools, minimize disciplinary referrals, and prevent future penetration into the juvenile justice system.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 9, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. And we do have a correction to read into this item. Item number 9 should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas LISO program, formerly 1033 Surplus Property Program application for participation form for the Office of the Constable Precinct 3 and the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And that request for the edit to the record was made by the County Attorney's Office, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Mark Chavez, Precinct 3's Constables. We're here to ask that once again this year that the Commissioners Court allow the county judge to sign to allow us to participate in the LESO program, which is a program that provides us access to surplus DOD equipment, ranging anywhere from office supplies to vehicles, which we've already talked this past year that we're not going to go on that side looking for jets and planes and craziness like that. We're just looking to be part of it to acquire things that may be beneficial to our office so that we can avoid the cost to the county.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Is there an ultimate list of items that are acquired that's provided to Commissioners Court as a reporting mechanism?
I didn't hear the beginning.
Is there an ultimate list of items that, let's say, you potentially acquire from the surplus program that's provided to Commissioners Court?
There's not per se a specific list. There's types of items. And like I said, it can range anywhere from office supplies, surplus, pens, paper, computers, anything like that. And then there is portions of the program that allow for larger items, vehicles.
I think what Commissioner Pettis is asking is, after you all acquire items, coming back and reporting to Commissioners Court what we've acquired.
Oh, yes. I believe that was a stipulation last year when we when we were authorized to be part of that program. And
and I don't recall anything coming forward this year.
No, this past year we did not
get
acquire
anything?
any items. The searches we didn't result in anything we found to be beneficial for us to request.
I don't know which one.
Commissioner.
If you want to include that, you would put that in your motion.
Well, is that a standard report?
It has not, it's not a standard report that we're forcing on them. I mean, or that it's not a standard part of the procedure.
The court can ask them and could direct the constable's office and the sheriff's office to provide that listing to the court if any are acquired, but it is not part of the grant that would make it automatically.
Okay.
And yes,
Who made the motion?
I did. So to include it in the motion, what would be the verbiage?
Just to include that there's a reporting mechanism of whatever's acquired through this program, that a list of items that was acquired be provided to either the Administrator's Office or Commissioner's Court.
Yes, and we did discuss that we did want to make sure that you all would be aware of any items that we did acquire through that program.
I amend my motion to reflect that.
Second.
Oh,
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Second on the amendment to the motion.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Y'all are here for item 19 as well, right?
Yes, sir. Item number 19, approve the award of RFP 19017, supervised visits and exchange services for families of domestic violence to Project Amistad of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved recommendation on June 10, 2017. Funding is available in General Fund, DRO, Contract Services General.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. Good afternoon. Today, we're going to request award of the supervised visits and exchange services to Project Amistad. This was a standard RFP. We had 3 respondents. That's the first time this has happened, I think, since 2012. Usually there's only 1 respondent. All 3 were solid, and I believe you have the score sheets in front of you. And if there's any questions about the purchasing process, I'm here to answer those. And if there's any questions about the program itself, I believe Mr. Stanley is here.
Brian Stanley with the Domestic Relations Office.
You're good.
Oh, for the supervised visitation. Yes, certainly. So we're providing supervised visits and supervised exchanges for families that have been a part of domestic violence, either through the courts, they've requested protective orders or had allegations of domestic violence. And so the program is to have an order by the courts or go to the program itself for supervised visits and supervised exchanges for a safe location so that both parents can still be involved in the child's life. It results in improved outcomes for children to continue to have continuity in their lives by both parents being involved, regardless of the domestic violence. It'll allow the child to remain participating in the parents' lives.
So, Mr. Stanley, the vendor would assist in supervising those visits?
Yes.
And providing the location. And just for a little background and history, we originally started this project where we tried to do it ourselves in-house. And it is very difficult for the hours and times that you need to do exchanges. Obviously, parents can't make exchanges, Monday through Friday between 8 and 5, or have supervised visits in those hours. And we found that by contracting it out to sites that have employees and have various locations, it's made it better than us asking people to come, for example, down to the courthouse to do an exchange. And it's also not as family friendly when we do it inside the courthouse. So that is when some of the background that caused us to go out to contract for these services.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Would you like to go back to the regular order, Judge?
Yes, please.
Item number 11, approve and authorize a transfer of $84,240 from General Fund Sports Park Contract Services General Account to the General Fund Sports Park Cap-Out Equipment Account for the Public Works Department in order to continue installation of protective netting at the sports park on Fields 7, 8, and 9.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. Today, we're requesting your authorization to make this transfer. This will be protective netting that will protect the public at the sports park. This was funding that is available from our contracted services. This fund typically funds pest control, elevator servicing, fire alarm, and the alarm at the sports park. And we have that funding available that we can use for the netting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Item number 12, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the 2019 fireworks production contract with Western Enterprises Incorporated for the second annual 4th of July firework display at Ascarate Park on Thursday, July 4th, 2019, in the amount of $20,000. Funding is available in General Fund, Parks and Recreation, County Events, contract number 2019-0386.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Again, we are going to be hosting for the second year the fireworks out at Ascarate Park. This year we have the pleasure of being the largest display in the city. And so we do have several events that will be taking place that evening. Our pool will have 2 sessions, the morning session and the evening session. We're going to have 3 DJs stationed throughout the parks, docks on the lake, so the water's going to reflect all the noise and make it like a party atmosphere out in the park. We're still going to have our VIP section that's available at the golf course. Tickets for that is $30. People can pay to sit closer up and have a greater view of the firework display. We will also have shelter rentals available that day. They are on a first-come, first-served basis, but out of convenience for patrons who maybe are working that day or can't make it out earlier in the day, they can rent the shelters ahead of time. And then we will have food trucks throughout the event, and the fireworks are going to be between 18 to 20 minutes this year. So we're really excited about that again.
What are we doing to get the news out?
So we did purchase
let people know that we're doing this.
We did purchase 7 electronic billboards that started this week. So keep your eyes posted for those, and they'll run through the 4th of July. We also do press releases, and then some radio, we'll go on the radio, on one of the radio stations and promote it.
They'll have like a banner that we can post on our Facebook and Twitter and things like that, like an electronic banner or an electronic.
We can provide that.
Move to approve.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego? Motion carries.
Thank you. Great event.
If you attend that event, watch out for Commissioner Leon on the putting greens. He has a really mean golf game that he's hiding from all of us.
I tell you what, it was very nice last year, and I'm planning on going this year again. So, great job.
Item number 14, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the consulting agreement with Helmuth, Obata, and Casabom LP for the study of project needs of the downtown jail facility in the amount of $399,440. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administration, Contract Services General. Contract number 2019-0190.
For the record, Norma Rivera Palacios, Public Works Department. This item was awarded on March the 11th. Today, we're just requesting the court's authorization to sign the agreement with the vendor and the county to proceed with the work. The study is expected to take 180 days after the agreement has been signed and the notice to proceed has been issued.
The one question I had on this item is I just wanted some assurance from staff that the scope of work is broad enough that it doesn't limit the vendor from looking at the facilities in any one particular way. There's been, something we'd mentioned in strategic planning was, could there be a potential jury hall in this space if there was, if we're going to keep, some form of incarceration or detention facility downtown, could that be sized down or scaled down in such a way where we could make room for other justice type facilities? For example, a jury hall would help to clear out this building of a lot of jurors. Any other particular courts or anything like that. I just wanted to be sure that the language was sufficient enough. The backup didn't include the RFP. I did have my staff print it out over the weekend, but then it blew away. That's another story. But so I didn't get a chance to thoroughly review it. But I just want to be sure that we're not limiting them in any way to just detention facilities, but any potential uses. The other thing is that I saw that in part of the description, they're going to look at intake procedures. And we already spent funds for Dr. Fabello's study, who already examined intake procedures. So I just want to be sure that the information or the studies that we've already completed is being shared with HOK, because Dr. Fabello did a very thorough job of evaluating our intake procedures, in the current facility, and also emphasized the need for the potential for an intake center, which is what other and the potential that center has for getting more officers out on the street more quickly if they can be transferred over to the sheriff in a much more expedited way. So I just want to be sure that there's all of these different things, that they're not limited, and two, that the information that we've already, in the studies that we already have with Dr. Fabello that talked about intake isn't duplicated, because I did see that as one of their charges or one of the things that they'd be working on, but we did already expend some funds looking at that.
And so Melina Bañuelos can talk a little bit more about it. She's been the lead in this project, and I know that it was an extensive, the specifications were very detailed, or we try to make it so that we were able to include anything that we needed, and she can explain a little bit more on it.
To elaborate on that, what we did on the scope of work was break it down in a way where it can be guided as we develop more information. The very beginning steps of this project will allow them to see all documents, all reports, anything related to the jail studies that have previously been done, including as-built drawings, construction drawings, or any hypothetical situations that have happened before. Now, with the study, as it progresses, they're looking at forecasting and almost predicting where the judicial system is heading, and then meeting those needs. But it's not saying that the jail would only be exclusively used for inmates. So through the study, they'll be able to decide whether the facility will still be needed as is and what improvements can be done. So it's taking the existing information and pushing forward with what legislative and judicial changes are coming, and then basing it off of that. So it's not saying the jail has to stay as a jail.
And the way they do part of that predictive modeling is by input and discussions too with stakeholders. So that was an important part of this process as well. So, for example, Joel from my office will be involved. We've made sure that the sheriff's office is also involved, so that no one in the end comes back and says, my contributions to this were not heard, this isn't accurate. We've tried to be very comprehensive. As you recall, when we awarded this, when we put this out for bid and the proposals came back in, we went so broad. We negotiated with the vendor, but the scope, we originally budgeted $250,000 for the study, and when you all awarded it at that time, we discussed that it came in at $300,000. We ended up negotiating it down to just under $400,000. But we didn't want to reduce it any further because we would be missing important elements of the study. So we have been as comprehensive as possible. We feel like we've been comprehensive, and we know that we don't want to go spend money a second time to get a second portion of a study to see, well, could it work for something different? Or, how could we use it more effectively? It really is about what's the best use of space, considering our future needs.
And the project is broken down into 7 steps, 7 portions, allowing us to meet and guide what we see as the information develops.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners.
Item number 15, purchasing, postponed.
Jessica,
Yes?
because see if we could bring Joe Chidas, Mr. Commander Chidas, bring his.
Item 21?
Yes.
I think it's
Yes, sir.
number 21.
The 21?
Item number 21, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Approve and authorize El Paso County Sheriff's Office to apply to the Texas Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Program grant to replace eligible detention buses in the amount of approximately $89,600 with an estimated cash match of $60,400.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and Judge. We just respectfully request approval to apply for this grant. Under the current criteria, we qualify for one bus, one of our oldest bus. It's a diesel bus and it's got high emissions. So under the settlement with Volkswagen, they have granted the state of Texas and the Paso County $1.something million. We did meet with the company, and they are indicating that it's on a first come, first served basis, and a lot of the school districts are already applying to replace a lot of their diesel buses. In our case, it would only be one bus, our oldest bus that does have high emissions. So the plan is if we can get approval to apply for this grant and it gets approved, we will find the additional funding to replace that bus. The terms of the plan is that once we get approval from you as well as from the federal government or the state in this case, we would have to destroy that bus. It cannot go back, be resold or whatever. It has to be destroyed as part of the settlement with Volkswagen. So we respectfully request just approval to apply for this grant.
Where would the grant funds be, or would the matching funds be coming from?
We currently have unused grant funds in our general administrative account of $35,000, and then we have residual amounts left over from grants that were budgeted and unused of $160,000. So we have resources within the general administrative grant match.
The estimated cost for the bus is about $150,000. Our hope is we can get the maximum of 80%, which is $89,000, whatever, from the grant. We would pay the difference.
Yeah. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You all have a good
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
spending
Commander.
the day with us.
That's a good way to put it.
Item number 15, purchasing. Postpone June 3rd, 2019 and June 10th, 2019. Approve the leasing of 13 copiers for the Sheriff's Department using the Harris County Department of Education Choice Partners Contract Number 17026CH-10, awarded to Dayhill Xerox Business Solutions Southwest of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved on May 13th, 2019. Funding is available in General Fund Sheriff's Office Law Rent Leases, General Fund Sheriff's Office Jail Annex Rent Leases, General Fund Sheriff's Office Detention Rent Leases, Special Revenue, Commissary, Inmate, Professional Ops Expenses General.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. This item was postponed from June the 3rd, and I'm back before you. In the interim, I have sent an email to you explaining I confused this with another project. And so actually, the Sheriff's Office had already been leasing. So this is a lease to lease. They were already doing what we consider the best practice. This was not a good example for me to bring back numbers on. But hopefully, with your permission, you'll entertain me coming back in September or October with numbers on current departments that are pretty much suffering through aged copiers and how they might better be served by leasing, and I think it'll open up a good conversation. So what I'm requesting with this now is approve this. It's a continuation of the leasing they already have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, approve the purchase and installation of police equipment and radios for 10 patrol vehicles using Region 19 Contract 177259, awarded to Alamo Auto Supply of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $245,644.81, and DIR TSO 4101, contract awarded to Motorola Solutions, RTC Incorporated of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $50,206. Purchasing approved on June 5th, 2019. Funding is available in CIP 19 Sheriff's Office Patrol Vehicles.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. Approval of this recommendation allows the Fleet Department to continue the purchase and installation of the equipment and radios. This one is for the Sheriff's Department. And luckily, under these cooperatives that you're approving, both vendors are El Paso vendors.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17, approve and authorize the purchase and installation of law enforcement equipment and radios for two 2019 Ford Explorer Police Utility SUV for the constables using Texas DIR contract, DIR TSO 4101, awarded to RTC Motorola Solutions of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $10,041.20 for the radios, and using Region 19 contract 177259, awarded to Alamo Auto Supply of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $43,887 for the equipment. Purchasing approved on June 5th, 2019. Funding is available in CIP 19 SO Patrol vehicles, CIP 19 Constable 2 vehicles, CIP 19 Constable 5 vehicles.
Deborah Crejo, County Purchasing Agent. This is a similar type of award to the one you just approved, and the reason we broke out Sheriff's Office and the constables is because there's a lot of information on these, and I wanted each department to be able to point back to records individually. But yes, this is the same vendors for the same service, and both are El Paso vendors.
Yeah, I just have a quick question in reference to the 43,887 as compared to the, I think it was 50,000 for 10 vehicles. Why is there such a slight difference?
Good evening, Judge, Commissioner Holton Staple, Fleet Operations Director. It's the fact that the constables only had 2, whereas the Sheriff Department has 10. So as you realize, over the last 4 years, we've replaced all the constable vehicles. These are the last 2.
But for the amount of vehicles, 2 as compared to 10, it seems like a very slight discount.
When the budget was approved, Commissioner, each department was approved between 52 to 55,000. And the equipment, all the vehicles cost the same, and the equipment is running pretty much the same. If you do the math, 43,887 times 10, it's close to the Sheriff Department.
So you're comfortable with that amount?
Right. This actually, I'm the one that do all the legwork.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
So it's
because if I read it correctly, it says 2 vehicles using the DIR contract in the amount of $10,041 for the radios, awarded Alamo Auto Supply in the amount of $43,887 for the equipment.
correct, Commissioner, for 2 vehicles. So whenever I work with the constables, instead of having each department doing their own RQ with their own PO, I pull it together in the fleet and do one requisition.
Just to be clear, Hopeton, so what we're getting is we're getting 2 vehicles with radios and 2 vehicles with equipment. So the equipment is over $20,000 per vehicle.
Correct.
And the radios are approximately
5,000.
5,000.
Correct. So again, the Sheriff Department, I pool them as one, and the constable, whether it's 1 precinct or 5, I tend to pool it together, especially when we buy the vehicle, that we only spend 1 PO, 1 buy-board fee. And I do the same with the equipping.
So there's no equipment on the sheriff's vehicles that we just approved?
It is.
It
That
is.
was $245,000 worth of
Right,
equipment.
all the vehicles is already counted for. This is strictly for equipping.
So on the sheriff's vehicles, the equipment per vehicle is $24,564 on average to equip them. On the constable vehicles, it's actually a little bit less per vehicle. It's approximately $21,900 to equip them. And the equipment is not including the radios. The radios for the constables are about $5,000 per vehicle, and for the and same price for the radios for the sheriffs.
Okay. So we're getting a discount on the constable's cars, not necessarily the sheriff?
I don't know that it's a discount as if it's the same exact equipment.
So the sheriff department equipment needs is a little bit different from the constables.
Okay.
It's two different sets of specs. But the APX 8500 radio is the same radio.
Did I make a motion or?
No, sir.
Okay, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 18, approve the purchase of 4 15-passenger vans for the County of El Paso using Texas Smart Buy Contract 070A1, awarded to Sam Pax 5-Star Ford and Chevrolet of Carrollton, Texas, in the amount of $195,852. Purchasing approved on June 11, 2019. Funding is available in SG Stone Garden cap outlays.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we're asking you to approve the award for 4 vans under the Stone Garden grant, and we were able to find these vehicles at the last minute. It was a hard search. Thanks to a lot of searching by the Fleet Department, we were able to find these vehicles available and ready for delivery through this cooperative. So we will be able to meet the deadline requirements both for the PO and the delivery in order to obtain this grant. Now, I will go on the record as saying that we are waiting for one piece of approval from FEMA before we will cut the PO, but the PO is expected to be cut before the deadline.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, approve the award of RFP 19018, process server services for the County Attorney's Office to Professional Civil Process Incorporated and State Line Process Services of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved recommendation on June 10, 2017. Funding is available in General Fund, County Attorney, Professional Services, Juvenile Court expenditures, General Fund, General Administrative, Professional Services, Legal Commissions, and Child Protective Services 2019 grant.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, an RFP was let to find a pool of process servers that could serve the county attorney's office on an as-needed basis. We had 6 responding firms, and the top 3 met the minimum requirements. However, you're only being requested to add 2 to the pool and award because the third high-scoring vendor unfortunately could not come into the budget requirements, and I felt it was very unfair to add them to a pool that they may never be used for because it's outside of the budget of the county attorney's office. And so I'm requesting that the pool contain the top 2, the 2 top-scoring firms that were within the budget requirements as listed here.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22, Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the allocation of funding in the amount of $86,126 for the abatement of asbestos at the Escalante Golf Course Association Building and the Old Animal Shelter Building.
Good evening, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Once the demolition of the facilities had started, it was noted that there was asbestos present. We are required to abate that asbestos. Public Works, along with purchasing, went out and got some bids off of DIR and on state contracts, and the lowest available pricing was $86,126. We have identified the funding out of our capital project CPO7 dollars and capital improvement funds of 1 penny, and would recommend you consider approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 23, approve amendment number 36 to the County of El Paso's 2018-2019 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $208,825, thus increasing the overall budget of $444,300,282.06 to $444,509,107.06.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. Wally Harkup, Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for this week's amendment was sent to you last week. Were there any questions?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
That, Judge, that covers our last item.
So quick. Adjourned. What's the record?
I think we've been here till 7.
Like to adjourn, sir? Would you like to adjourn? Would you like to adjourn?
Yes, I'm sorry, you didn't hear me. Adjourned, yeah.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:27 PM.